Okay, we are back in order. Where we're at is we are going to be going to a vote for vice chair. I believe everybody that had problems earlier should now be in Porcupine, so everything else should go very quickly. So everybody check your devices, make sure you're in, make sure you're green. We've put the people in green that checked in late before. I don't believe anybody checked in during lunch, so our numbers should be the same. I'm sorry, I see somebody with a hand up back there. I can't hear you from back there, so if you've got something to say, you're gonna have to say it so I can hear it. I'm sorry.
No worries. Richard Fast, San Francisco. We have one more to add to our attendees, voting attendees.
Okay, right quick here. We will do one more credentials report before we go to a vote, but then that will be, once we go to a vote, that's it.
I had to sponsor someone.
Fair enough. I don't...
Okay. All right.
It's not like a one-on-one conversation, no offense. Okie dokie then. So, we're going to be going to a vote, but the other thing that we're going to be doing at that same time, so once the Porcupine app is ready for this vote, you will absolutely get the announcement. You will have, once again, TJ, 7 minutes to make sure people have enough time. If you are still having a problem, we will still be able to do the paper ballots, if you don't have a device, what have you. And do we have the candidates for secretary in the room for their speeches? Do we have both?
Yes.
We have both?
Yes.
Okay. So in that case, while he's getting the ballot ready, we are going to do the 2 speeches.
Ballot's ready.
What?
I said
Okay.
ballot's ready.
All right, the ballot's ready. So it's going to go live. We're going to have 7 minutes. This is for vice chair. If the secretary candidates can get ready, vote first, obviously, and get ready, we're going to do that while those votes are being counted. And again, if you can't vote on Porcupine, you're going to need to do the thing again where you do 2 ballots, one with your name, one with who you're voting for. So, release the ballots for 7 minutes. Those that can't vote, get up here. And it looks like he did 10 minutes, but try to do it quick so we can go to those things.
Projector?
Huh? Okay.
We're working on it. Hang loose. All right. Yellow ribbon? Okay.
What? Oh, for that.
Yellow ribbon?
I'll say that.
Right in there. Good with me. One time you tight. 2? Yes.
2 cards for each. And the one other thing that we will need is the projector turned on.
Again, you write your name on one card, voice on the other. Thanks, sir. You're welcome.
You're going to want to move the screens right now, showing secretary.
Ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Maybe you rank 2.
Two in there, right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that works. Just your meetings down your vote.
Why did the light, no, we want the light on. No, the lights are on, that's just so that people can see who they're voting for. Okay. And after the people have voted that have the paper ballots, or yeah, after they do, because I don't want people walking by, the first person that's speaking per the roll of the dice is going to be Jessica Tewksbury, followed by Jillian Olson. No, we're voting for vice chair. The only vote we've actually done so far has been chair. Yes, sir. Yeah, no, we can make that happen. Okay, has everybody voted that's doing paper ballots? Is there any more paper ballots? Paper ballots only. Okay. As soon as you get all the paper ballots and the names, you're going to take them over to TJ to manually.
So I don't count them, just give them to
Just
him?
give them to him.
Understood.
Give him the 2 stacks. You don't need to count them.
So this was not a card that was provided. Your vote. So all I have a question on is, this was just entered in, and this was not a card that was provided by you.
As long as it's one person, one vote, if it's not on the appropriate card, it's fine.
I don't know from the names to actions.
Okay, do we have all the paper ballots now? Anybody, if you have a paper ballot that you haven't given us, please get it up here quickly. Yeah, it's got 3 minutes and 48. I just want to make sure we have the paper ballots. Okay, it looks like there's no more paper ballots. So it looks like we're done with paper ballots, so you can take those.
Sure, I will go enter the paper ballot.
And then we've got 3 minutes and 22 seconds left on this, but I'm going to start with Secretary is Jillian Olson and
I'm gonna just get my write out so you can have it. Like I was Canada, so you
right, less than 3 minutes left to vote on Porcupine. We've collected all the paper ballots. So keep voting, and I'm gonna just let the secretary's speeches start now. Or should I? Yeah, I mean, I'll give the 2-minute warning and then I'm gonna start the speeches. Because that's close enough, because I think everybody's already voted. We didn't need 10 minutes. Next time it's gonna be 5. Okay. This is the 2-minute warning for Porcupine. You have 2 minutes left. And we are going to start the speeches now. Jessica, if you could come up, you have 10 minutes for your speech.
Our party is about volunteerism, not force. The problem, not enough volunteers. A handful of people tend to do everything. That's not fair to them or a good model for the best and third largest political party in the United States, whose time to shine has come. Who am I? My name is Jessica, and I'm years old. I'm first generation American born into a family of musicians, scientists, and farmers. I work for small business owners hit by the last year. Due to the events of 2020, like many people, I moved back in with my parents, who raised me to be analytical and mostly question the government. At 12, I was yelling about the news, about all the unconstitutional things I was saying. By 17, I was reading libertarian authors. During my first presidential election, I was trying to get people to vote on libertarian principles instead of on what I deemed the wrong reasons for picking a president. After that, I was disheartened with politics. I was still reading libertarian authors, but mostly just going about my life. On March 13th, 2020, all these alliances between government and businesses were being announced and applauded. Major red flags for me. I was worried for the future, knowing that governments, by their very nature, do not willingly give up power. As the year went on and we lost more freedoms, I became angry. It seemed like there was nothing I could do, and I'm just one person. Before COVID took over our lives, I had just joined a great choir. After one concert and 2 weeks to flatten the curve, our season prematurely ended. My mom's 2 orchestras canceled. All the concerts we used to go to gone for a foreseeable future. My 89-year-old healthy Nana, who lived through her city being bombed in World War II, and a recent widow, now trapped in her home by the TV's fear-mongering, felt like she had nothing to live for and didn't eat or drink for a few days. We found her within a day of death. And after the hospital and weeks of monitoring her intake, she recovered. And in fact, she just turned 90. I also have a sister with Down syndrome. Mask and social distancing for Down syndrome, that's not easy. This year has done so much damage for people like her. The vulnerable need us to defend them. This is my motivation. I decided to join the Libertarian Party finally and do something about this mess. And as you know, decided to run for secretary here in California. I'm encouraged by the support I've received, including an understudy. We will work together, 2 people and lots of support getting the job done. This concept is consistent with the intention of growing our volunteer base, as well as having more people trained to fill the roles. In addition to principles and passion, I bring to the table some work experiences that relate to the role of secretary. I've worked for 3 libraries and a bookstore. I like things in order. I've also worked in customer service. I do that and billing and occasionally draft simple contracts at work. I also train all the new staff and fill in for management as needed. Before I was old enough to get a job, I used to do a lot of volunteer work at church. I was the only teenager that would help with the hospitality committee, and I would work with every single age group younger than my own. I used to spend 1 day a week in the office even helping out the secretary with whatever tasks she could give me, whether it was copying, stuffing envelopes, sorting old files. In and out of college, I liked to help people write their papers with my red pen. I strangely enjoyed that process. Still do. We need a better process here. When I decided to get involved in the party, it wasn't clear what that meant. It took a lot of time and talking to a lot of people to figure out if I was connected properly. There's a ton of information on our website, but it could use some changes for clarity. I have several ideas on how we can clarify what it means to join, how to plug in, and quickly, so those who aren't quite as determined as I am don't give up or assume there's nothing more to do than buy a membership. I'd like to support the website and volunteer committees and making some changes so that those just learning what the party is about or someone who's known for years but is now ready to get involved can do so more easily. Just simple things that'll make a huge impact and would encourage more people to volunteer. That would increase what we can get done as a party, while at the same time take some of the workload away from the handful of people who deserve some relief. Naturally, this would grow the party, help us meet metrics for elections, and affect change in our community. I want to see cohesiveness between the state level and the county level to help people get connected. Mostly, I want to see us be proud of who we are and what we have to offer. California is full of people questioning after everything last year and seeing the writing on the wall for the future. We need to be available to be the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next would be Jillian Olson.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jillian Olson. I want to take this opportunity not to talk about myself, but to recognize the Convention Oversight Committee. I want to start with Tim, the executive director, the interim executive director. He did graphic designs, put together the convention swag. He's doing the tech in the corner and the Porcupine app. I want to thank Brent, the chair of the committee, Mimi, the chair, me, who was a gopher. I literally spent more time running around this hotel than on the floor. John Prosser, who coordinated the volunteers, the mini volunteers that volunteered. The credentials committee that sat in the back. Justin Imsoff, who managed the website, the Spike Cohen badge contest, and Spike Cohen, who let us make fun of him so we could raise $1,200 for the party. Last but not least, I want to thank Larry Sharp, who raised $22,000 for the Candidate Support Committee at last night's gala. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. So, thank you both. We will be going to that vote pretty soon, I believe. But I have an announcement of the election for vice chair. And Rachel Nix is our next vice chair. With 93 votes. 93. And I believe Anna had 17, Noda had 1, and there were no write-ins. And Tim, can you please, or TJ, can you please release that on, okay, so you should be able to see that on your devices as well. So congratulations, Rachel. And actually, these numbers are different than what I was given on a piece of paper. So according to this, it was 83 and 10. Oh, yeah, this was really confusing. So I announced it wrong with my paper thing. So it's actually Rachel 83 and Anna 10. No?
Those are the electronic votes, and then the paper votes get to that total.
Got it. Okay. It's 93 and 17. I was a little unclear on that. Either way, she won. So, now, are we ready to be able to release a ballot for secretary? We're going to do this 5 minutes this time, not 10, because we didn't need the full 10. So, real quick before we vote though, has there been anybody else credentialed in since the end of lunch? Credentials committee? Has there been anybody else credentialed in since the end of lunch? 3 people? Okay.
So what's the total?
So the total now would be, I believe, 124, is that correct? Our last report was 121. If there are 3 more, that would be 124. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, so don't credential anybody now once this vote has been released, and we will go ahead and release that vote. You'll have 5 minutes to vote. People that need to do the paper ballots, do the thing. And the vote's been released. What?
Yeah, we have the secretary names on the script.
This will.
Thank you.
And just so the people can be getting ready, the next, the next of our elections is for treasurer. However, currently, one of those candidates is passing out ballots. So, can the vice chair come up for a moment?
I think we actually require those, like, cards that are provided.
We're doing.
So I got your name here and your motivation.
That's what he just told me.
Sure. Try to organize everything.
As soon as the votes are done, I'm opening up nominations for treasurer, so. I'm sure he asked you. I'm sure he asked you. Nobody asked me. Lindy actually asked me in a second, and I said I would.
So he said he wrote it so what it may have been is misread, like maybe it looked like the one.
No, because it's noted had. We'll ask for the paper ballot. I know who the person was that voted for Rachel because they were sitting next to me at lunch, and they thought they were voting for vice chair. They thought they were voting for this thing. Yeah, they thought it was already vice chair because it took so long. And then it's like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Are there any further paper ballots? Okay. Bring up your paper ballots. Yes. We did a training. And you were, well, that's, yeah. I will mention it. Any further paper ballots? One warning for Porcupine. Are there any more paper ballots? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, you can take the paper ballots. Okay, Brent, don't go far. Just wait. Just don't go far. Okay. The next item on the agenda will be nominations for treasurer. Are there any nominations for treasurer? I'm opening nominations.
Yes, Brent Olson, Kings County. I am nominating Paul Vallandigham, the current secretary. He decided that he didn't like the job of secretary, so he wanted to try something harder. Maybe not, I don't know. So Paul has been great. He's a hardworking guy. He's done a lot of work for the party, both being involved in Riverside County, being involved in the Jeff Hewitt campaign, and also acting as secretary. He wears a lot of hats. He plays a lot of roles, and he does those things well. He's confident.
I wear a lot of fine hats.
Fine hats. And so I think that, he'd make a great treasurer, so please put your support behind Paul Vallandigham. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we point this way?
You could.
And he's also the treasurer for the Riverside County, so I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for treasurer? Any further nominations for treasurer? Not surprising because nobody really, really wants that job. It's like, that's why we love Steve so much. But we're gonna love Paul just as much. Okay, although, we still have to vote. Okay, I am closing nominations. Mr. Vallandigham, you do have the opportunity for a 10-minute speech to your nomination. Would you like to take advantage of that?
Oh, I won't take 10 minutes, but I'll take advantage.
Take advantage all you want.
All right. Okay. Up here or down there?
Down there.
Down there.
Just like everyone else.
Okay. Oh, man. All right. Well, first of all, I'd like to see everybody, if you all vote for me instead of Noda, I will be standing on the shoulders of a friggin' giant. Everybody give Steve another round of applause. Secondly, who here was at the 2019 convention in Concord? Raise your hand. All right, I can give you a little deja vu here. Why the hell would anybody want to be treasurer of the Libertarian Party of California?
Because we win.
Win! All right, yes. Masochism runs up here pretty deep, so yeah, I'm willing to do it. We'll see how it goes. And I'm doing it for the money.
Money for the party, that is. Since we all get paid so much for being up here. And we don't need a motion to suspend the rules to do what you're going to do because it's already in the thing. I'm also a mind reader. Okay, so as per this, if there's only one candidate running against Noda, we can do that by a voice vote. We still have the mandated Noda in, our bylaws because we're libertarians. So a yes vote is for Mr. Vallandigham for treasurer, and a no vote would be for Noda. All those voting for Mr. Vallandigham, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No. Thank you, James.
Thank you. So I will say that definitely passed, and Paul Vallandigham is our new treasurer. God bless his soul.
I'd like to object.
I ruled that out of order.
I wanted to vote for Nick Sarwark.
Damn. Okay, question to those in the know. Are we just about ready with that result, or is that taking a minute? What we can do in the meanwhile is the next item on the agenda of elections is going to be for our area coordinators. We will be starting with Northern Area Coordinator. So if those wanting to run for Northern Area Coordinator could have their nominators ready to go, that would be super swell.
Ready to go like now?
As soon as I say I'm opening nominations, but just ready to go. You know what? We're going to just be ready to go because we don't have those yet. So I am opening up nominations for Northern Area Coordinator. Yes, sir.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chris Minoletti from San Mateo County, and I want to nominate Kevin Moore for Northern Area Coordinator. And I want to tell you a brief story of why I want to nominate him. But before I do that, I want to echo what Jillian said as well, and just say a huge thank you to everyone in this room for being here, and for your activism, and for pledging yourself and taking time to be here to make a difference. So I'll tell you a brief story, like I said, why I want to nominate Kevin. And it starts with me naively agreeing to volunteer for a campaign and not knowing what I was getting myself into. And Kevin was the first person to reach out to me, one of the first. He sent me a bunch of emails with contact information of people to get a hold of. He even apologized for overwhelming me. And believe me, I was overwhelmed. And not only that, he helped me connect with some of those people, but even after the election was over, and he waited a month to contact me after that, because he knew, I think everyone was a little burnt out after election season. So he then started putting me in touch with people in my neighboring counties. And I've since talked to some of them, met some of them here, and so I'm just grateful for what he's done to help connect me and to bring me in, because this is definitely my new home, and happy to be here, and that's why I'm nominating Kevin Moore.
Thank you. And just and briefly, this is the same setup as for officers as far as time. I didn't mention that, so.
1 minute?
No, 5 minutes for nominating and seconding speech, and then.
Mark Hinkle, Santa Clara County. Two things. One is anybody who goes out and produces a brochure for an internal party office really wants the job, and I think we should reward them for that alone. But I also had the opportunity to serve on an ad hoc committee with Kevin, and I found him articulate, cogent, thoughtful, and analytical, and a dedicated person to getting the job done. And so that's the sort of competent person I think we want in a northern coordinator. So I second the endorsement. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, further nominations? And again, 5 minutes for the nominator and seconder.
Hello, I'm Joe Christopher, Placer County, and I am nominating Gia Christopher. I'm the guy with the baby that you guys have seen. Gia is an incredible person. She inspires people and connects with them so well. She helped to put on the Joe Jorgensen event in Roseville, and that was a great success. And she selflessly gives to the party whenever called upon to do so. She steps up, she coordinates, she executes events, taking time and often paying the expenses out of her own pocket. She's creative and collaborative, and she has never met a challenge that she couldn't solve through perseverance and a great attitude. Her leadership of the Placer County Libertarian Party has led our group to outperform and lead across the board, and yet she remains humbly ready to offer support to anyone else who asks, without boasting and without asking for anything in return. She steps up and she gets the job done, and I believe that we would all be humbled to have her as our Northern Area Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you? Okay. Okay, I'm resuming.
Richard Fass, San Francisco County. I'm up here to second the nomination for Gia Christopher for the Northern Area Coordinator position. Quite honestly, I believe both of these candidates are tremendous people, tremendous fighters for the liberty movement. I believe that we would be honored to have either one of them. However, I have spoken to Gia many times, several times prior to this convention, and then much more since this convention happened. And what I have taken away from my conversations with Gia is that she brings something to the plate that I think this party really needs, and that is not only the drive and the determination that we would want from anybody in this position, but in addition to that, a perspective, an approach to libertarian messaging and branding that I think we have not seen in this party for a while. And so I think that this would be a very welcome change, a very welcome addition to our party. And regardless who wins, I would be honored to work with either one of them, but I would ask you to give Gia your consideration. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there further nominations for Northern Area Coordinator? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close nominations. As is with the same as officers, the Northern Area Coordinators also get up to 10 minutes to speak, or 5 minutes, excuse me, to speak. Thank you. Thank you, actually, because I'm wrong. 5 minutes to speak, so, Die.
It wasn't a die, Richard, die. Somewhere.
Okay, we're gonna flip a coin instead. The first nomination was for Kevin, so if it's heads, it will be Kevin. If it's tails, it will be Gia for first speaker. And it is tails. So, yes, Ms. Christopher?
And I found the die.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Gia. I am really humbled to be here with all of you today. I absolutely love, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, because I'm already kind of loud, so I don't want to overwhelm your senses.
I did. We're starting over.
Okay, well, thank you for having me, and I'm Gia, and I'm from Placer County. I'm the chairwoman to my county, and I started off in, my 30th birthday, I decided I was pissed off with Obama droning kids, and I had to do something about it. And so I go on Facebook, and I find a little ragtag group of old guys who have pizza and beers once a month, and we get to commiserate and have that little place to vent. And 7 years later, now I'm the chairwoman to that county, and I've actually grown Placer County's relative voter Libertarian voter registration 25% since I joined. Thanks. Part of the way I do that in my own little way is I do voter outreach at the high schools and a pride parade, and I find single issue things that people care about, and I say, you care about this, I care about it too, let's do it together. You don't realize it, but you're a libertarian, and together we can get things done. And we should be able to do it in a fun way, and I think that that's where I want to see the Northern Area Coordinator go. I want to make it fun. So I organized the Joe Jorgensen Northern California rally in 2020, 7.5 months pregnant. We got hundreds of people to show up and donate money, and I organized at the same time a fundraiser with beer and wine, and we raised some additional funds, and everyone had a great time. I think is the big payoff for me is that everyone had fun. I also organized a pride parade in the year 2018, and my husband actually let me decorate his Tesla with the doors up, and so you gotta give it up to Joe. We had banners that said, your human rights are not a gift from the government. We had a booth with the smallest quiz, and I would make balloon animals for people while they're filling it out. And they would go, holy shit, I'm libertarian? Yes, you are, here's your balloon. So why do I want to do this? And I ask myself that every once in a while when I start to get frustrated. Why am I doing this? And I will tell you, the reason I do this is because I want to be an example to my boys, that we don't just complain, we do something. And so, I will make a promise to you in the next 2 years, if I'm your area coordinator, I will grow local affiliates, starting with Nevada County and El Dorado County, the 2 counties closest to me. I will throw 2 major events, starting with the Hewitt for Governor Northern California rally as soon as possible.
Yeah!
I want to focus on growing I want to grow the party, but more than that, I want to grow libertarians. I want to grow our ideals. I want to highlight to the public our unique and special gifts that make us who we are. We have commitments to free speech, guns, school choice, individual ownership of your own body, and these are very special things that no one else gets to claim. And I want to highlight and showcase our true gifts. So I'm a party planner, I am a mom, I'm a caterer, I'm a libertarian, and I want to make it fun, and I want to do this, and I want to get other people to do it with me. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Mr. Moore for 5 minutes.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin. Thank you all again for coming out here this weekend. It's great to see so many people all gathered here together, not locked down, not having to do this remotely. It's just wonderful to be here in person with y'all. Thank you. Let me start with a little bit about me. I have been chair of the Contra Costa Libertarian Party since 2017. That's actually when I joined the Libertarian Party of California. I was a Republican until 2009 when the bank bailouts came along, and I didn't want to have anything to do with that. I left the Republican Party. Didn't think I'd ever be a part of a political party again after that until I ran into Gary Johnson in 2016, and I've been a Libertarian ever since and will be for the rest of my life. And I want to help make this happen. I want to see more activity, especially in the North. One of the things that I did when Jo Jorgensen was nominated for president, I jumped right in. I volunteered as her national volunteer coordinator. That's how I ran into Chris Middletti. Chris, thank you for all your work as the California coordinator for Jo Jorgensen. Great job, Chris. And one of the things we were able to do is after that all ended, after we were done with the campaign, we had this list of thousands of different volunteers and contacts from the Jo Jorgensen campaign. And I helped arrange a text banking event where we'd reach out to people, invite them to various counties. Orange County saw a huge number of additional people. We did that all around the state, but especially in certain larger counties. We also did text banking outreach for this event, invited people from the local area. I want to do more of that in the northern area. Let me ask a question of you here. How many people from here are in the north part of the northern region? And I mean people who are at least 50 miles north of Route 80, talking about Sutter, Butte, Colusa, Lake, Mendocino, up north of there. Raise your hand, please. And I'm noticing I don't see a single hand. I want to change that. And I do know there was one person here earlier, Kent Fowler, pro tem chair for Butte County. He was here. He had to leave early for a special event. He actually shared a note on the Libertarian Party of California page. If you all want to look at that, I thank him for his support. The folks in the far north don't feel like they have our support. It's hard for them to get engaged with us, and I want to make that different. One of the things I commit to doing is I'm going to visit in person every single one of our existing affiliates. And we also have this special challenge in the north. Sierra County has Sierra County has about 3,000 people in it. It's much different from the south, where every county has 1 million people or more. Looking at this on a county by county basis might not be the best way to go. We need to get people together in similar areas. And we've started putting together some information about a Chico area Libertarian Party group. It's not so much about whether we have an organization there, but a place for libertarians to meet. And that's one of my key things for the next year, is making sure that every libertarian anywhere in the northern region has a place to go to meet with people like us, to have people they can talk to and sit down and have a beer. For some people that might have to be on Zoom. Way up in Modoc or Del Norte, there's not a whole lot of people out there. But there's lots of places where we can get people together. Even if it's only once a quarter. Get a whole bunch of people together in Reading once a quarter, and people can come from all over. I'd love to see us have an annual LP Tahoe event where we all kind of go up there and we can kind of take over the town and show them what libertarians are like. We've got 20 volunteers from the Jorgensen campaign there. I also want to make sure we're paying good attention to our larger or more successful organizations. Places like Placer, Alameda, Santa Clara, and others around the northern region that are larger. There are things they need to do fundraising, to do more activism and outreach. And we've been successful at that in Contra Costa County. We've grown our membership from number 10 in the state to number 6 over the past 4 years. And we've also been able to do that with events like outreach at BART Station, which is our local mass transportation. We've had outreach events at art and wine festivals. We've done outreach for local farmers markets and at local
20
malls.
seconds.
And I want to help make sure that all of our counties are able to do the same thing and get more people involved all across the northern area. Thank you, and I ask you to support me for the Northern Area Coordinator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a quick question to the Vice Chair. Did what I propose, is that going to be okay? Okay. Okay, so we are going to go to a vote on Northern Area Coordinator. This will come up on everybody's screen to vote for, but you can't. Okay? So we're going to have to look to make sure the right people vote, and if they don't, then we may have problems, because these are secret ballots. So if you have on your badge, if it says North, you get to vote in this. If it does not say North, you don't get to vote in this. Yes, I understand that you are Central, not North, and so you're not voting in this. It may say North on his badge, but it's a lie. He lives in Fresno. That's not North. Okay, so does everybody understand? Because it's going to be really very important that the only people we see on the screen and the only people that turn in paper ballots have north, or else it's going to take longer, and we don't want it to take longer because we need to get to platform, right?
Yes. Let me,
thank you.
If I may, just for a minute, just follow up with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to audit every single vote, every person that vote. If you voted for an area that you don't live in, your vote will be taken out, and we will be really, really pissed off at you. So don't vote in an area you don't live in, or you're going to have a lot of people pissed off, and I'm going to announce who voted in an area that they didn't live in up here.
Okay, I didn't threaten, but you know. Okay, so those in the north, and once again, to vote in the north with a paper ballot, it needs to say north. If you need a paper ballot, come up. Somebody will announce when the vote goes live on Porcupine. And this should go real fast so long as everybody doesn't do anything bad. Thank you.
Good idea.
Mr. Treasurer. What? Wait, what? Who's talking to me? Yes, oh, yeah. I thought that... Okay, please release the ballot. We're already taking paper votes. Mr. Treasurer. Old one, old treasurer. Mr. Howe, I need you to take the gavel for a moment. He's not going to be happy about this, but he really doesn't have to do anything.
No, that's too bad. He'll get a choice.
Do lots of hard things while I'm gone. Okay, you're taking the gavel just for a moment.
Okay. I have it. I'm not sure what to do with it.
You're sharing what you do.
How come I don't have a chair?
The official ballots.
I don't want to be here.
May I have you do that away? Sure, just as people cycle in. I will accept them up here.
Steve, you want to ask the audience if there's any more northern area people that need paper ballots?
Are there any more northern people that need paper ballots? Does everybody have a paper ballot who's a member of the northern area? I think we're good to go.
Thank you.
So after Steve, we're going to go.
They didn't do anything bad to you, right? They didn't hurt you while I was gone?
I had to ask a question that was very traumatic.
Okay, and by the way, I do have the winner of the secretary race. Congratulations, Jessica Tewksbury. She won with 65 votes. Jillian Olson, 61. Jessica Tewksbury had 65, which is 51%. Jillian Olson had 61, which is 48%. Noda had 1, and there was no write-ins. So congratulations, Jessica.
Are there any more paper ballots for the north? Any more paper ballots for the north? Because I'm going to take these ballots and start our auditing process.
Okay, and there are 2 minutes left on this. But while we're doing that 2 minutes, I am now going to open up nominations for Central Area Coordinator. Are there any nominations for Central Area Coordinator? No, yes. And again, nominating speech, 2 minutes, and the candidate And if there's a seconder, it's a combination of 2 minutes. And then the nominee gets 5 minutes. So
awesome. Thank you. Michael Noguera, Merced County, my first convention being here. I nominate John Prosser for the Central California. Basically, I met John. He came to me, asked me to be chair pro tem. So he's basically willing to get out there, introduce himself, bring more people into the party. I believe that he's gone above in acting as the Central California coordinator. And in that position, he's shown that he has the leadership potential and that he should be re-elected for that area. He's helped connect fellow libertarians. He helps form local affiliates in the central area. He works with those affiliates to build a strong presence in Central California. He volunteered countless hours by designing that new database, which I had the ability to look at as well. He helped with Kalish's campaign, and then they ended up winning. And he was helping coordinate volunteers, and while I was talking to him, he was still helping coordinate with volunteers and looking about getting people being able to drive or getting rides places. So I believe that he'll be able to continue to do an awesome job, and I'd ask that others support him.
thank you. Is there additional nominations for Central Area Coordinator?
Hi, Matthew Butts, Kern County. I nominate Tom Nichols for Central Area Coordinator. Tom, when I reached out to him and recruited him to the party, he just jumped to it immediately. There was a protest, an anti-lockdown protest organized by Michael Noguera, and he was there doing some doing other single issue coalitions. He lives the libertarian lifestyle. After being more against marijuana most of his life, something happened where he's now a grower of marijuana. He had some kind of surgery or something, and now he has a grower. He has a greenhouse. He raised a lot of money for us this weekend with his weed, and so it was great. But I nominate Tom Nichols. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further nominations for Central Area Coordinator? Okay, so each of them will get 5 minutes. Each nominee will have 5 minutes to speak to his nomination. The high number will be the first speaker, and the first person that was nominated was John Prosser, so that number is 13, and for number 7, so John Prosser, you will speak first. And
hello, everybody. I'm John Prosser. Sometimes people ask, so when did you become a libertarian? And I don't know whether I should give them the long answer or the short answer, because I joined the party about three years ago or so. But I just remember today, I used to play in a punk rock band back in high school. My buddy who played bass and wrote the songs, really eccentric guy, we were sitting in class together. The teacher started talking about eminent domain, and he got so pissed off. He was like, oh, I'm gonna write a song about that. So, I guess that's the long story. We're all libertarians, but we don't know it yet. I didn't know it yet back then. But I did play guitar in a song called Eminent Domain. I got really inspired by some of the people in this room when I came to the Libertarian Party of California convention in 2018 down in Long Beach. It was a matter of convenience and curiosity for me. I showed up at the convention. My sister lives 10 minutes away from there. So I had a place to stay. I volunteered, so it didn't cost me anything. And I just figured I'd check it out. I've been following politics from the sidelines for a long time. And that convention, I met some people that I've worked very closely with the last few years. If it wasn't for them, I probably would have shown up and said, oh, that's kind of cool, I guess, and left. But because of those few people that have inspired me, their skills, their passion, they made me want to keep doing what I'm doing to help grow this whole thing. So that's one component of why I'm here where I'm at as Central Area Coordinator, as an active member in this party, as an activist, putting lots of volunteer hours in my free time into helping this organization be what I believe it should be and can be. The other part of it, it was the 2016 election, where probably part of that transition in the long story of when I realized I was a libertarian. I'm a very contrarian person, doesn't like to wear labels. I don't like to call myself things. I was registered no party preference for a long time, and with how heated things got between the left and the right, more than ever before, I was so frustrated with the whole thing, so burned out on politics that for some reason I decided to get involved in politics. But actually, what it was, we have to break the two-party system. This can't keep going in America. I mean, I believe that now as much as I believed it in 2016. That hasn't faded yet. That's what's motivated me. And as Central Area Coordinator, I've been helping county organizations get started, first with my own, then with the neighboring counties, spreading out from there. A lot of it was trial and error the last few years. I've been part of the affiliate support committee since that committee was formed. Again, trial and error, trying to figure out where we're at, where we need to be, what works, what doesn't work. And I feel like we're getting somewhere, and I want to continue that work. So thank you for supporting me in my re-election, and I'll look forward to continuing my work with you guys.
Thank you. Tim Nichols? Tom Nichols? Whoops, sorry.
I'm Tom Nichols from Fresno County. You know, I think it was Ron Paul years ago that got me started down this rabbit hole, and I've kind of grown in it over the years. Never been that active, though. This is my first time at an event like this, definitely my first time at a convention. When I'm not doing network engineering for AT&T, I'm at home on my farm, about 40 miles north of here, growing cannabis and building firearms. And my wife trains horses, so she's got a nice big arena in the back, but I still got I've got my shooting range and a commercial greenhouse. So it's living the life up there. I was thinking about it on the way in today, though, about how I'm kind of riding the coattails of people that made a lot of sacrifice and laid down the groundwork so that I can live the way that I'm living. A few years back, had the helicopter land behind the house and do a big raid, and my poor conservative Mormon wife was ready to leave me, and it all worked out in the end because of the groundwork that was laid for me. So I think it's time for me to give back, to sacrifice a little bit, because all I've done is taken from people like you that have pushed the liberty movement forward. I really want to work on first getting the Fresno County affiliate organized and active, and I want to expand out from there in the central area. I want to work on messaging.
Oh, you're kidding.
And I don't mind jumping on a bike and riding around and making some meetings and getting the word out.
Having to pass the gallon.
Let's end this two-party rule in California, and I thank you for consideration.
Thank you. I am going to pass the gavel for a moment.
All right. I said I was going to do this. I don't know if you guys were testing me or what, but I'm going to do it. So, here goes. We had 3 people vote in that election who shouldn't have. All 3 of those people were in the South. I don't know what's confusing about the South versus the North. You have a whole central area in between.
We fought a war over this.
So The first person I get, because I know what the reason was, and that was TJ Ferreira. He wanted to test to see if we were doing our job. All right? So that one I guess we'll forgive. But these other two, I say be pissed off at them. Christopher Gannier from the South. And Brian Milholland from the South. Vote in your own area. Please. Thank you. They're already removed. So we've got the results. If you want to read the results, go ahead.
Okay, I'm taking back the gavel. I told him he could do that. They've been able to remove those two from the system. They have a way to audit without knowing what the votes were. Okay, so we do we have a winner? Let's make sure. Give me a moment.
That's majority.
34. Just making sure. Okay, we had a total of 34 legitimate votes. And we have a winner, which is Gia Christopher with 19 votes. Congratulations. And Kevin Moore received 15 votes, which goes to show they are both excellent candidates, and I happen to know for a fact they've already said they're going to work well together and do this together as a team. So it's a win-win, so thank you. And there were no votes for NODA. So, now we're going to do a thing again, and this is for Central Area Coordinator. They've both spoken. There's going to be a porcupine vote. See this? Central. Got it? See mine? It says South. I don't get to vote. If yours says South, you don't get to vote. If it says North, you don't get to vote. Look at it very carefully. If it says something other than Central, you don't get to vote. If it said Central, please vote. Okay? I know that you guys say you got it, but 2 people got it wrong last time. I don't want the vice chair to be pissed off again. Okay, so your choices are John Prosser, Tom Nichols, or NODA. Are we ready to release the ballot? And if so, we will have our central people with paper ballots be able to cast their votes. Okay, the vote has been released on Porcupine. Those with paper ballots, and of course, once again, look very closely at these ballot badges, because, you know.
Thank you, sir.
No, I'm letting everybody know. It was the South that screwed up, but I'm just making sure everybody like. No,
Check it out on Wikipedia. Okay. Are we good, Central?
Okay, and the next item on the agenda is to keep this train rolling is Southern Area Coordinator. Are there nominations for Southern Area Coordinator? Yes?
Okay, I'm going to nominate somebody from my county. Tara Young. She is a very passionate person about the Libertarian Party, and she's getting involved with her community. She has the time. She wants to put the time and the work in to help her southern counties, and I nominate Tara Young.
On these rest of these ballots, I'm going to wait until.
Hi, David Naranjo, Orange County. I want to nominate Rajani Mayatiko for Southern Coordinator. So the Southern Coordinator, well, actually all the coordinator positions are pretty important because they provide support to all the county organizations, but not just support, but they also help foster coordination and cooperation among those organizations. They also all serve on the Affiliate Support Committee, which I'm also a member of. I think Rajani would be excellent in that role with her business and organizing experience. She's really motivated, and she has a lot of good ideas to help the county organizations organize, bring in volunteers, and that kind of thing. So I think she would be a real asset to the party in the role of Southern Coordinator, and also a real asset to the Affiliate Support Committee. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Kinnear. I'm from Orange County. I was recently elected as secretary after serving as a second vice chair last year, and it's my privilege to second the nomination of Rajani. She's very enthusiastic, she has sales training, and I believe that she has what it takes to bring these skills to the party and help grow with her enthusiasm, additional volunteer support, and help us to have events that will grow the party. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was supposed to be a seconding nominating thing for Tara Young, however.
For Tara.
Or Tara Young, but she was indisposed. So they didn't use their 5 minutes, so the remaining is going to go to that now.
So I'd like to second Tara Young's nomination. I chair Los Angeles County, Angela McArdle. I think Tara will be an excellent addition to the Libertarian Party of California at the executive level, and I think she will do a phenomenal job of helping to coordinate the remaining little bits of Southern California that are not coordinated yet. We need someone like Tara who's outgoing, cheerful, and organized and strategic, and we really need to help the South grow. LA County is amazing, and I'm blessed with a wonderful group of activists, but I know that we have more that we can do in the other areas of the South, especially Imperial and Riverside County, where we've got our Libertarian County Board of Supervisors, but they're so saddled with everything else. I think they really need a little bit of a boost, and that's where Tara's at in Norco. One of the things that I think is really important is that Tara has the ability to recognize people's skill sets and to match them where their talent is going to be best suited. And that, I think, is a real theme for this year, is getting people matched up where their strengths are going to be best utilized. And she comes from a really strong liberty community in Norco, where people have defied lockdowns and they have normalized the pursuit of freedom. I really want to see us have that on the executive committee, and I want to see us foster that when we go out and we organize newly formed committees. Let's really embrace liberty. I hope you all will join me in welcoming Tara to the executive committee.
Thank you. Are there any additional nominations for Southern Area Coordinator? Okay, seeing none, nominations have been closed. Tara was nominated first, and Rajani, yes, I said it right. I didn't know how to say her last name. Rajani was nominated second, sorry. So, the high roll is going to be Tara, or the high roll will go first. I'm rolling for Tara first. She got 12. Rajani got 8. So Tara, you will go first for 5 minutes.
everybody. My name is Tara, and I'm from Norco, California, otherwise known as Horsetown, USA, in the Great Riverside County. So I'm a Southern California native. I was born and raised here. I was born in Hollywood, California, so I always say it was meant to be a star. But anyway, so how I got here, I'm going to tell you a little story about how I got here involved with the Libertarian Party. This is my 3rd convention, and I'm friends with a gal named Tracy Dupre. Some of you may know her. She's not here today because she just had a huge business expansion, so she wasn't able to make it to this convention. But Tracy and I went to high school together quite a while ago, and you know, we were friends on Facebook, and then I see her post like amazing pictures, like her with Ron Paul and her doing all this amazing stuff. So I'd always comment on it, and I'm like, so amazing. And then, you know, she kind of knew how I was from my posts and stuff. And so she and her partner, Ryan Lopez, actually decided that they want to do a regional meetup. And it was kind of a part of LA County. And so they invited me, somebody who hadn't been involved with any political idea. I mean, I already knew I was libertarian leaning, but I had never been involved with an actual political party. And they invited me to their meetup. And because of their invitation, that's where I met Angela McArdle, and I told them, and it was a great meetup. I really enjoyed talking with other like-minded people. It was there that I had mentioned that I was interested in possibly one day running for city council, and that's when Angela was like, you need to do this, 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 and this. And I was like, oh my God, I love it. So a few years later, here I am, and I'm actually doing the very things that Angela had recommended. And so my first convention was 3 years ago, and I was like, that was the one in Concord, and I was like, I met some really cool people, really being able to get to know candidates, get inspired, and just like kind of what we've been talking about, candidates inspire people. And so it was really amazing to get to know people, to actually sit at a table with Jeff Hewitt, and because the great Jeff Hewitt is actually my county supervisor. So he is actually representing me in Riverside County. Talk about how amazing that is. I get to witness a libertarian in action representing me, and I just feel so blessed and so lucky. But speaking of Riverside County, I mean, we've got Bob Carwin, City Council in Menifee. We've got Wendy Hewitt, City Council in Calamasa. So super, super exciting stuff. A lot of momentum happening in Riverside County. And so I am super excited to get involved with Jeff Hewitt's campaign for governor. Right there at ground zero. And so, yeah, so I'm super excited about that. But there's other like little things that has come out of Riverside County that makes it so special. I mean, we had the Riverside County Sheriff, Chad Bianco, was on national television because he came out publicly and said he would not enforce the lockdown orders or the mask mandates. So that was a huge thing in Riverside County. So we also had a local business in Norco. The original Pancake House was also on national television because they also defied the lockdown orders. They stayed open and they were on national television. But I think, not only Riverside County, what seals the deal for me in Norco is known for Horsetown, USA. I do have 2 horses. I have 2 beautiful Andalusian mares, and I was getting the farrier had come to do their shoes for the first time, and I was still relatively new to Norco. And I was talking about my property because I was, relatively new, and I have some unpermitted structures on my property. And when my farrier said, the city doesn't need to know a damn thing that you're doing on your property, I was like, these are my people. This is where I belong. So I love my community. I live in an amazing community. We're known as Horsetown, USA. And the reason why it's Horsetown, USA is because we have more horse trails than anywhere else in the United States. So we value our agriculture lifestyle. We're surrounded by city, but we're agriculture lifestyle. So in the city of Norco, I serve on a city-appointed committee. I serve a 4-year term on the EDAC committee, which is the Economic Development Advisory Committee. So this gives me an opportunity to talk about economic and tourism things that affect our city. So this is great. I've been actually on 2 subcommittees, really digging deeper into the city. Another thing I'm doing is I'm involved in a farm program. So it's basically multiplying small farmers in Norco. And so I would just want to say I've been in corporate America I was in cosmetics for 15 years before all this. And I've managed multiple businesses and crossed state lines when I was in the Pacific Northwest. I'm very good at organizing and managing large teams. So
I'm sorry. Time.
All right. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, and then next up would be Rajani. And please say your last name for me.
Sciatica, like sciatica. Thank you.
Okay, Myatica.
Hi, I am Rajani Mayatico. So just again, it's Rajani. That's Rajani. And I know this has been a joke a couple times. So if you want to hear the story of my name, because of course there's a story, feel free to come and talk to me later. But I've been a lifelong libertarian. I thoroughly believe most people hold libertarian values at their core. And I'm really grateful for the kind words from my colleagues in Orange County. And I'm really proud to offer my skills as Southern Area Coordinator. So I've got a bachelor's in economics and business administration. Those are two bachelors, one in economics, one in business administration from CSUN. I'm a realtor. Shout out to all the realtors in the room. I think we could make our own caucus at this point. And I'm also the Orange County Treasurer. So I'll be working on my first filing with the state tomorrow, which is due on Thursday. Hey, so shout out to all the treasurers too. So bookkeeping aside, I am confident in our ability to not just grow, but most importantly, win elections in California. I've had the opportunity to train under some of the best campaign organizers in the country. I've practiced closing sales with top producing commercial real estate brokers. And I'm just ready to bring my passion and experience in organizing, marketing, and event planning and more to train specialized teams of field organizers in every county to lead local activist efforts. And I'm of course including Imperial, which will just begin at a smaller scale compared to some of the other much more robust counties in the southern area. But it's with the exact same strategies. So we've got that, right? Southern area, we're obviously a little further along than the northern areas. So I want to take it a step further. I want these specialized teams of organizers in every congressional district, every city, every neighborhood, whatever makes the most sense. And we're just going to keep going with it. With this infrastructure of highly trained and empowered volunteers, we can focus on electing libertarians in strategic local races, supporting local elected libertarians, which will continue to grow, and impacting real policy, because that's the real point of all this, right? So if there's anything we've learned in the past year, and especially just this weekend for some of us, I know myself, it's that you cannot replace face-to-face. Especially with door knocking, thank you. You can't, you just can't. So if you haven't heard the phrase door knocking enough this weekend, I'll say it a couple more times, but especially door knocking, phone banking, text banking, visibility, community events. Like we've heard from every successful elected libertarian in this room and throughout the entire weekend, we need to go where the people are and listen to them. That is how we win. So libertarian ideas are popular. That's not in question here. At a time when so many people are ditching their party affiliations, our party is growing. We're seeing membership growing all across the country. And at the same time, no party preference is peaking. So we're doing something right. We've got to capitalize on that momentum. Brief old story. I've been around, I guess, the liberty movement for a long time, in and out of it. So I remember seeing Ron Paul at UCLA in 2012. And I don't know if anybody happened to be at that event, but I brought 3 friends with me who weren't libertarians yet, of course. But he filled the stadium, as you know, and the energy of that crowd is something I will never forget. And I'm sure many of you have seen Ron Paul live in this room. You know that energy that I'm talking about. I want to harness that energy. The demand for libertarian solutions is strong. Our opportunities are vast. And I'm excited to be part of the future of the Libertarian Party. And once again, I'm Rajani Mayatico. And thank you for voting for me for Southern Area Coordinator.
Thank you, Rajani. Okay, so I actually am going to put us at ease for 5 minutes because I have to go find out something. So don't go away because we'll make it, we're at ease, so it's going to be about 5 minutes, but don't go. Yeah, so don't go away. It's going to be somewhere around 5 minutes. This is not a recess. So when I call back to order of being not at ease, we'll do what we need to do. That's what I'm. Yes, very. So I gotta figure out, because it could, and I'm not gonna announce this winner until I gotta.
I doubt whether we but at least we've got for the next convention or whatever. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
We're no longer at ease? Okay. I have the results for the Central Area Coordinator. Everybody? The winner in the Central Area Coordinator vote was John Prosser with 23 votes. Tom Nichols received 11. There was no no-to votes and no write-ins. Congratulations, John. We're waiting a moment before we open the ballot for Southern Area Coordinator, but what I'd like to do to save time is to open nominations for at-large. We will not close them until we do the ballot, but we can get the nominating speeches and so forth done prior. So on this one for at-large, what you need to do is line up with the nominator and the nominee both. I'm gonna, yeah, so. Okay, so there are 4 at-large seats that are done this year for 2-year term. We've had one person resign, which is Eduardo resigned. He had 1 year left of his term. And Rachel Nix just won as vice chair, and she had 1 year left on her term. So therefore, we will be voting, we will have a total of 6 people running for at-large. The 2 remaining will be Angela McCardle and Jillian Olson. So we have 6 seats available. The 2 lowest, and everybody has to get at least a majority, but the 2 lowest vote getters will get the 1 year term to finish out the other term, if that makes sense. So there are 6 people that are running for this. Okay, as far as the way that we do this for the elections for at-large, thank you, is per Convention Rule 13, election of at-large delegates shall make nominations for the at-large executive committee members from the floor. All state central committee members shall be eligible for nomination. Each candidate shall be allowed 1 nominating speech no longer than 2 minutes made by a delegate, and each candidate may also speak for no longer than 2 minutes. The way we're going to do this one is you all line up with your nominator and the person running, and we will have first the nominating speech and then the nominee's speech. If you have a seconder, which you can, they split the 2 minutes. So it's 2 minutes total for nominating, 2 minutes total for the nominee. So if you line up with your nominees and your nominators and seconders, if you have them, we will open nominations for at-large.
Soundboard.
Sorry. And people can only vote for 4.
Is this on?
No.
Hello?
Vote for 6.
Okay. My name is Calvin Liu, and I am from Alameda County.
Doing all at once.
And I nominate Elizabeth Betts Stump for at-large. So Elizabeth is an indispensable member of Alameda County. And a lot of people use that word indispensable hyperbolically. I am using it literally. She is intimately involved in every single event in Alameda County. She has spearheaded events like outreach, such as Art and Soul in Oakland. She does fun awareness events like Castro Valley Lighting Parade. She does libertarian social events, like in 2019 in Concord. She did the hospitality suite. She spearheads the fundraisers, like our Art and Wine fundraiser event every year. Outside LPAC, she has also done a lot of activism. She spearheaded the Newsom recall in Alameda County. She was a media coordinator for Joe Jorgensen, and she was instrumental in planning the Spike Cohen bus tour when Spike came around to Oakland. Several people, she does the planning for all these events. The grunt work, she does the funding, she supplies everything, she organizes all the people, and she also opened up her home to Spike when he came over for. Okay. So for the past few conventions, people have come up to me and said, "Hey, sounds like Alameda is doing really well. I've heard great things from Alameda," and that is all because of Bets. So please join me in voting for Bets for at large.
My mic's off again.
Mic check.
Just leave mine on and I'll turn it off when I don't want it on. Thank you. Okay, so that was the nominate. So are you?
I'm gonna second and then nominate someone else.
No, okay. No, we don't, it doesn't need a second, and we already did the full time for the first, so he seconded it, but it doesn't need a second.
Okay, awesome. I'll nominate someone else then.
No, now Bets gets 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll do the next one.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Best Stump. I am Vice Chair of Alameda County Party. Calvin went over a good deal of the many things that I've done. Also, I'm involved with the social media committee, the platform committee, and I worked very intimately with Pete Molds on the communication and marketing committee. We do a lot of press releases together. Pete has been spearheading the newsletter The Beacon, which I also contribute writing to and help pull together, that we try and get out bi-monthly. My background is in catering and wholesale food manufacturing, specifically specifically large events. And I have 5 years professional public relations experience in the corporate and agency side, which since I got laid off in 2008, I have applied since 2012 to help the local Alameda County with public relations. And when Gary Johnson came around in 2012 to speak at Berkeley, I was his wrangler. I was driver for Judge Jim Gray when he came around in San Jose in 2012 during the campaign. And in 2020, I was a media coordinator for Joe Jorgensen, helping book media interviews, including Ben Swan and C-SPAN. So I want to use my PR experience to help expand the visibility of the party statewide for candidates and the party itself.
Thank you. Next nominator.
I am going to nominate Pete Molds. I met him a couple years ago as he was taking on the position of chair for a new communications and marketing committee, and he has been tasked with the great, the heavy burden of making us sound less crazy to the public. So revamped our newsletter for us, and he's done a fantastic job. He's also my press secretary, which I was very, very surprised when Brent told me I was going to have his press secretary, and it was going to be Pete, and we were definitely in good hands with him. I think it was within a day or two after I filed my official paperwork, he already had interviews lined up for me on radio and everything. So anyway, he has done a phenomenal job, and I look forward to having him on the XCOM.
Pete Molds, Santa Clara County. Good afternoon, everyone, and
Councilwoman, excuse me, Morrow, thank you for the nomination. I guess I'll just, there's been a lot of talk about the public relations and stuff, so I'll try to restructure what I was going to say. I was a lifelong Democrat, and about 12, 14 years ago, I became a no party affiliation. And during the debacle of the 2016 election, I think it got everybody's hair standing up on their back. I decided I didn't stand for anything as a no party affiliate. And I started researching, found the Libertarian Party. Definitely, Libertarian Party is my belief system, really. And so I joined. I voted for Bill Weld and who's the other guy? Gary Johnson. And then I joined the party shortly thereafter. I started getting involved with the state, and Mimi Robson wanted to form a communications and marketing committee, which she chose me based on my industry background. I come from the computer industry. I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area in Silicon Valley, and I spent many years in engineering and marketing, and I managed to convince her I might be able to help. And since 30? Okay, so we've been doing a lot of things that you heard about, the new newsletter, the Beacon, as well as revamping or reinvigorating our public relations. I think we've made a lot of progress. There's a lot more for us to do. What I'd like to do for you is, as a at-large member, is reduce the amount of internal bureaucracy and infighting and focus on deliverables that bring more registered libertarians into the party and elected libertarians. Thank you. Vote Pete.
Next nominator and nominee.
I want to nominate Councilwoman Kalish Morrow for at-large. There's not much more you can say about her that you haven't already heard. I was her campaign treasurer. She made me do lots and lots of math. The only thing you probably haven't heard mentioned about her is she's a fantastic mom. Last weekend we spent Mother's Day weekend together. Well, Mother's Day together. We had lots and lots of fun. Vote for Kalish. Thank you.
All right, I just want to actually send a formal, huge thanks to everybody for all the support that you had given to me over the campaign. And without you guys, we couldn't have made that win happen. As far as the XCOM, I'm looking forward to doing a second term with the XCOM. There were definitely some hard decisions that had to be made too, and things that we didn't take lightly, that was for sure. But I feel like we're still moving forward in a really good, positive direction. We want to get more wins at the local level, and I'm happy to be a part of that.
Good afternoon, fellow Liberty Fighters. My name is Michael Lima, and I would like to enthusiastically endorse Adrian Malagon for at-large. A couple things about Adrian is he's the vice chair for Contra Costa County. He's implemented a bunch of changes to include a coalition for local businesses to be anti-lockdown. So if this ever happens again, he's grouped together a couple of businesses that aren't going to shut down. He has He's been, I've known him for quite a bit now. He has super strong libertarian messaging, and he is anti-COVID passports. He believes they're tyrannical and need to be abolished. Awesome, thank you guys.
Adrian, that's spelling it right? M-A-L-A-G-O-N. Good? Yes, sir. Okay. Oh, and it's A-N, A-D-R-I-A-N. Okay. Thank you. Hello, I am Adrian Malagon from Contra Costa County. That's kind of hard to follow. Michael's full of energy, good stuff. As he said, I'm very, very passionate about libertarian messaging. I've always been a small libertarian. I just got involved because it's very important to kind of stand up to the state and let people see that there is a better option than what's available now. In addition to that, I think that for California, we have embarrassingly low Hispanic outreach. I'm bilingual. Spanish is my first language. We're in California, guys. Hispanics are natural agorists. We can do better. And I really think that, with Gia and Kevin in the north, we can do a lot of stuff, but actually just spread it down to the further counties. So I yield my time now, and thank you so much. Vote for Adrian Malgon.
I'd like to nominate Tom Nichols for at-large. I think he would be an excellent addition to the executive committee, and I look forward to working with him if he's elected.
Tom Nichols, Fresno County, and I feel like I'm a solid libertarian and would like to lend my support, especially in the area of affiliate support and messaging, and look forward to helping out with the cause. Thank you.
Hi, Rachel Nix, LA County. I would like to nominate my close dear friend, Zach Foster. Zach and I go way back, even before I was a libertarian. Zach and I were in the Boy Scouts together. That's how far back we go. And I've got a couple Vice stories about that, but I'll let him speak to that. Zach is currently a member of the XCOM. He is the person who's running our new Spanish language Twitter account. He does a whole lot of activism. I'll let him speak a little more too. And I think he would be a fantastic person to remain on the board with us. And with that, Zach.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Zach Foster, and I'm a recovering statist. Let me give you an example of that. All right, I am ex-military. That's a decade of my life I'm never getting back, but at least I learned how to shoot. I am such a statist. I never actually lost my arm in the war or anything like that, in case you're doing that mental math. I am such a statist. I was born with a disability, and I believe so strongly that I should be serving my government in a time of war that I actually found a way to get wavered into the State Guard and blah, blah, blah. So literally, I believe so strongly in that whole system that I fought tooth and nail to get into it. And of course, after a decade, my views radically changed and I walked away not believing in the whole thing. And of course, it's kind of like gang life. It calls you back. About a month after I left my previous life as a military contractor, some of my dear libertarian friends down in Venezuela got caught up in a civil war. So for a full 2 years, I actually was doing full-time activism, just helping some of our capital L libertarian brothers in Venezuela survive the civil war, including relocating some libertarians who were being hunted by Maduro's government and relocating some other libertarians who participated in the insurgency. And since unfortunately they lost the war, my activism to help that diaspora has been aimed at helping people get out of ICE detention. So far, just a volunteer group that we've been running has helped over 50 Venezuelan refugees get out of ICE prison when they otherwise would have gotten deported. To be completely honest, I was never prepared for that level of human misery in my life, but it was an honor and a privilege to be able to give life to other fighters of freedom. Today, my life is much calmer. I'm on the XCOM. I believe that the most valuable thing I bring to the XCOM is level-headedness. I am objectively fair. I've diffused a few situations that would have been arguments, and I think that's incredibly important to have on that board. My name is Zach Foster, and I ask you folks for the privilege to continue serving you. Thank you very much.
Hello, John Prosser, Tulare County. I would like to nominate Michael Noguera for at-large. Michael is the chair of Merced County. If you were in the affiliate support roundtable upstairs yesterday, you might have heard me mention that we need 1 or 2 core people in every county to start up active organizations. That means we need lots more people like Michael. He has experience from this past couple of years as a chair of a newly reestablished county org to know how it's done and how he can help others do the same. He can bring that to the table on the executive committee. He's a candidate for city council, ran once, looks like he's thinking about running again, but I'm not going to announce for him. He's an attorney. So he's got lots of knowledge and skills and very professional, and I hope you'll support him. I actually have 2 nominations, so I'm going to go ahead and nominate the second one if that's okay, and then let them come up. I would also like to nominate Kevin Moore. He's been doing an amazing amount of work since the Jorgensen campaign. As the Jorgensen campaign coordinator for California, volunteer coordinator, he just nonstop from that into general party work to help us grow. I don't know how much of what he's done you've seen behind the scenes, but I have since he's been working closely with me on a lot of that and with the affiliate support committee. I know he's going to continue that work. Having people that the executive committee, the people we want on the executive committee helping make decisions that help us lead and help us get to the next level and help us decide what we're going to prioritize need to be people that are on the ground doing the work in this party. Kevin is one of those people, and it'd be great to have him at the table.
Hey everyone, my name is Michael. Like John said, I'm from Merced County. It's a privilege to be able to be part of this party. I was Republican. The issue with being a Republican is they basically lie to your face. I got tired of dealing with that. I was always questioning, why do they want to be in my house? Why do they want to tell me what to do on my property? So then I ended up joining the Libertarian Party, and then I basically found my home here. And so what I want to do is I want to be able to help represent and then help lead people to spread the message of liberty on the local level, get out there, do a lot of door knocking, and I'm still trying to grow to Merced County. It's been about a year now, and I'm looking forward for your support. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I would appreciate your support for an at-large position here with the Executive Committee. I just want to add a couple more words. I'm not going to talk long, I just talked a few minutes ago here. But I do want to add a couple words about the work I've been doing as acting chair of the Affiliate Support Committee. We've been doing some great work. We got some new documents out, new materials for all county leaders so that they know what's going to happen. And I'd like to thank everybody for coming out last night to join us and talk about the best practices and what we need to do to get counties up and going. So thank you all for that. And there's a lot more that we can do to help grow this party across the state. I believe that as a part of the executive committee, I can help make those decisions, help make that happen, and I would appreciate your support for a position as at-large. Thank you.
Hi everyone, David Naranjo, Orange County. I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Wendy Hewitt for the at-large position. As you all know, she was elected last year to Cal Mesa City Council. She is currently a member of the executive committee as a Southern coordinator. She's also a member of the affiliate support committee in helping us support the county parties. She has a lot of experience on the executive committee, and I think she's an important voice to keep on that committee. So I nominate Wendy Hewitt.
Thank you, David. So I've done a lot of things. Right now, I'm Southern Area Coordinator for a couple more seconds until we vote again. But it's been a pleasure working with the South. I'm excited about everything that's going on in Imperial County, and I've been on the candidate support committee, working with them on candidates, supporting candidates, with money and whatever we can do to help them get started and get going. I'd love to stay on as an at-large. I don't have a lot of time to be Southern Area Coordinator. That's why I'm stepping down, but I would still like to help out with all the things that are up and coming. We have a lot of new people. This is great to see all these new faces and everybody that wants to help out and be part of our party. So I'd like to stay on if you would let me. Thank you.
Okay, last time I'm coming up here, I swear. I'm going to nominate Shane Strawn. He is the fresh blood that we need coming into this party. As soon as he got re-registered, he immediately got on our XCOM for Kings County. He now serves as our vice chair. He is also the Hanford Parks and Rec Commissioner, one of the Parks and Rec Commissioners, and he's very valuable having that libertarian perspective on something that we don't really see as a purview of government, but he's trying to keep the spending in check as best as he can. We've also worked together on the team that validated over 2 million signatures before it went to the various election offices for the Newsom recall. And then next year he's going to be running for Hanford City Council, and I'm sure he's going to be joining Francisco Ramirez and myself in that seat.
Hi, Julian Sprague, Tulare County. I just want to second for Shane Strawn. I'm sure all you guys watched us back there with Credentials Committee, and I've known him a short time, and this whole time he's been awesome. He's been a go-getter. Any questions we have, he goes to find out he goes to find the answer, and he's just been a really awesome guy. So I hope you guys really consider him.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morrow, and thank you, Julian, for your support. One of the things almost a year ago, I joined the Libertarian Party from the Republican Party, and one of the reasons why is obviously the Republican Party is one of those parties that's completely unorganized, and not only that, is one of those that really is unfocused and unchallenged. Libertarian Party is one of the parties that has it together, and they believe in the value and principles of freedom and liberty. And that's one of the reasons why I did join this party. Right away, like Councilwoman Morrow had stated, I just went ahead and started working for everybody. I went ahead and was already doing the things that liberty and freedom ask us to do. Been going to Rohnert Park to help folks and making sure that those folks have their regulations are gone. Basically, they were banning fireworks in the city. We went out there, petitioned, and we were able to successfully get that to ballot to let voters make a decision on that issue to overturn the city council. In Ventura County, last year, the Board of Supervisors enacted new regulations in the oil and gas industry. And no matter what your take is on the oil and gas industry, there's over 1,000 jobs in that industry in Ventura County alone, not to mention that Ventura County is the second largest county in California behind Kern County that has oil and gas, or the most oil and gas. So we were also successful in overturning that supervisor decision and making sure that those jobs stay in place and that those jobs can continue to thrive instead of having thousands of people out having to look for work. One of the things I can tell you is, as a Parks and Rec Commissioner, I continue every day to help Kalish in making sure that we keep taxes low. I served on the Platform Committee and also, as you're well aware from Julian, also on the Credentials Committee. So again, I'm ready to work. I'm ready to lead, and I'm ready to work for everyone in this room and for the party. So I humbly ask for your vote for a better Libertarian tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're not closing nominations yet. I first have an announcement. So there was an anomaly that was pointed out by one of our delegates in some of the vote totals. So we have gone back and done an audit, and on the secretary race, it's still, the outcome is the same. Jessica won with 57 votes. Jillian had 53, and there was one vote for Noda. We are currently auditing the Northern the Northern Area Coordinator, because that one also had anomalies and it was close. So we are auditing that now. I will say that one of our delegates was the one that looked at the totals and saw that they didn't quite add up, at which point went back and talked to our team, and I was made aware of it during this whole thing. So I wasn't trying to hide anything, I just found out about it. They are working to fix it, but there was no change in the outcome for secretary, and
We just finished North and no change at all.
and North, there was no change at all. So what had happened, from my understanding, is that a few people had voted twice, and for whatever reason, the system picked those votes up both times. They were the same vote for both times, which is why it didn't change the outcome, but it made the total numbers add up differently. So we worked on it as soon as it came to our attention, and it's resolved now. So this won't happen going forward, because he'll be checking as it goes to make sure that nobody is voting twice in error. So that being said, we need to do one thing before we close nominations for at-large, which is do the vote for Southern Area Coordinator, because somebody from that race may want to then run for at-large. So TJ is going to release that. Once again, this is for Southern Area Coordinator. Only vote if you're from the South. And let me know when the vote's been released. And those of you that need paper ballots, please come up. Alicia. So that'll be just a moment. Okay, the ballot is out, and we can actually do that now. I need Advil. Does anybody in the room have Advil? Okay. So the vote is out. People can do paper ballots.
South only.
South only, please. And I see somebody at the microphone.
Madam Chair, I have a motion to suspend the rules for the at-large election to allow delegates to vote for the number of seats that are being elected, because we're electing more than the rules contemplate. So it limits us to fewer than the number of seats being elected right now.
Is there a standing second, and does everybody understand what the motion was made? Okay, our rules for elections for at-large say that you vote for the number of seats that are opened. In our rules, we have 4 seats opened each year. Because we had 2 people that are no longer filling those seats, we have a total of 6 seats open. So this would be to vote for no more than 6, with the 2 lowest vote totals getting the 1-year term. We've done this in the past, but it does need a suspension of the rules. Is there a standing second? Okay, plenty of people. This is a suspension of the rules to do a thing, so there's no debate, so it'll go to a vote. All those in favor of suspending the rules to vote for no more than 6, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. Thank you. Okay, and again, the vote is out. Any paper ballots, please come up.
Central. Go south.
Once again, the vote right now is Southern Area Coordinators. We have not closed nomination for the South. Only people, for the at-large, only people from the South are voting on this. If you need to do a paper ballot, please do the paper ballot. Porcupine has been released.
paper ballots for the South. So we're going to go count those.
Oh, he just gave me some, thank you.
Any more paper ballots for the South?
Yes, you did, 23-11-0.
Okay, and as an announcement, we've done audits on both the northern and central area coordinators. Neither of those results changed. For the north, the votes remained exactly the same as they were. For central, it was Prosser 22, Nichols 11. Thank you.
They have it in the little thingy.
Okay, I'll get one.
The caffeine actually might help you.
What? The
Caffeine might help you.
Oh, caffeine.
I threw away my cover when they did the other.
Okay, so voting has closed on that.
I didn't know that too.
What we have left for elections is going to be alternate at large, which we cannot open until we finish at large. And we also have the 2 alternate judicial committee seats, which I don't know if there would be conflict there or not, but I think we should have the results fairly quickly on the Southern Area Coordinator now that we've worked out that double voting glitch. That should not happen again.
There's one more.
Second time.
What happened was it did figure it out, kind of out, and that was a So in the end, our notification, this is how it came to the attention, is she noted that the number of votes did not touch the number of voters. And I did not look at the app to look at that, I was just looking at the card, which had paper plus. So, yeah, you know what?
While we're waiting for this last little thing, we can do something a little bit fun because we can't do this other thing till we do that thing. So I do a lot of things. So our vice chair of national would like to do a thing.
Okay. I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to do it way better than I did it last time. Hi, everybody. If you don't know, I live in Kentucky. Kentucky's known for a few things. Some are legal, not so much. But I have with me the legal substance that we sell from our state. Now, this is a bourbon that you cannot get in but maybe 5 or 6 states, and definitely not out here because the distillery that I work with is a micro distillery, and they don't like paperwork, and your state is the opposite of that. So as a result, I bring with me a bottle
That is, understand that this bourbon is all done single barrel. This is barrel 72, and it is 109.6 proof. It is barrel strength. That's how they do it there is everything, whatever comes out of the barrel, they bottle it and there it is. In fact, if you've never had a full-on actual barrel strength bourbon, one of the tricks to that is to add a couple of drops of water to a shot and it'll change the flavor profile because the water helps separate things in your mouth. So the point being is I brought this for you all to auction off here with the proceeds to go to the Libertarian Party of California. And so, I'm wondering if there are people in this room that like bourbon. Who likes bourbon in here? Now, I'll tell you that the retail on this, that's not true. There is actually such a thing as bad whiskey. I've had it. It's sadness. I wasn't going to go there. I wasn't going to insult my friends in Tennessee, but it may be true. No, the point is that, so normally this would retail for about 75 bucks, right, this bottle. But again, unless you're crazy like me, you're probably not going to travel across the country to get a bottle of bourbon. So I hope that sets your pricing and your expectations accordingly. And so I'm not much of an auctioneer here, but I'm going to go ahead and just ask if somebody wants to bid on this bottle of bourbon. There is, I should notice, yes. So this is actually signed by the master distiller. His name's David. He's funny. And for those, she did not. Unfortunately, she did not. And actually, for those that are interested while you're thinking about this, Glens Creek Distilling, 2 N's, Glens Creek Distilling, .com, I believe, is who produces this. So you can certainly look it up on the website and see that they are a small operation. But, yes. So, you're good. I don't want to interfere with business. But, who wants to open a bid? $30. All right, I got two $30 on. Okay, I got 100 in the back. Got 100 in the back. Wait, I heard a 120. What was this? I got 125 up here. Got 150 right here. 175 back there. 200 right here. Proceeds go to California. All of it goes to California. I donated the bottle. Every dollar is going to California, guys. Going to your party. So we're at 200. Can I hear 225? 225. I saw that one first. Sorry, but I heard another one. Is there a 250 hiding out there?
250.
Wait, where was that? Okay, yep, 250 right here. Got 250. Is there a 275? 275. Got 275. Is there a 300? We're here at 300. It's all going to your state party.
All the way from Kentucky.
It'll cost you more than that to drive to Kentucky, I know.
300. Think of the pay.
300, where was 300? 300 right here. That 300, 325.
325.
325, Mr. Fast. Got 325, do I hear 350?
350.
All right, there's 350. 350, do I hear 375? I'm looking around. I got 350, do I hear 375?
How much if Spike signs it?
Spike will sign anything, even though he doesn't drink. He'll put a personalized message on it that says, drinking is bad for your health. It's just like we were in California. Everything's bad for your health here.
Prop 65.
What's that?
Prop 65.
Oh, Prop 65. All right, so I think where were we at? We were at 375?
We were at 350. Spike will sign it for an extra 50.
Okay, so we're at 350. And Spike will sign it for an extra 50 to whoever wins. So is that right? We're at 350, right? That's you, and you got me at you're 350, right? All right. So we're at 350. Look at it, whoever wins can add on $50 and get Spike to sign it. That's the way to make that sane, I think, right? Yeah. All right. So we're at 350, 375 from Mr. Fast. It is good. So I'll sell a little better. So this is actually a pot stilled So it's not a column still, it's actually a pot stilled bourbon from Kentucky, small batch, everything's single barrel. It was reviewed by the guys that do, it's Whiskey Vault was the one they did it on, but they have another channel on YouTube as well. There's two guys down in Texas. They compared it to a Texas-style bourbon, but it's actually, it is done all in Kentucky. And unlike some Kentucky bourbons that claim to be Kentucky bourbons, it actually was truly distilled and aged and bottled in Kentucky, because there's a loophole in the law. This was actually all done in Kentucky, so. I think we're now at 350, 375, asking 400. All right, there's 400. Richard, we're at 400, asking 425, my friend.
Government loopholes help create this whiskey. Most libertarians.
420.
Okay, I like that. All right, we're at 420. That's so appropriate. Did I mention these guys have a hemp place upstairs? All right, we're at 420. Would you like to bid any higher than that, sir? All right, we're at 420. Looking for any higher bids. I'm just going to start doing the countdown here. 420 going once. Yeah, I mean, and 420 going twice. Sold, Mr. Fast, $420. Thank you.
And keep in mind, for that extra 50, you can get it signed by Spike. So, your choice.
That's your choice. Do I click now or later?
You're gonna need to pay me, but you can have it now. I know. And by the way, Richard has ended up getting a whole bunch of liquor this weekend in the auctions. He doesn't drink. So I guess he's planning on having a party, everyone. Okay, do we have results for Southern Area Coordinator? Come on, guys, it's like 451. 351. 352. No, still one. It was the 420 that got me. Okay, we still have 2 elections to go after this, plus finishing one. We could do something else. Yes.
I have a point of information about when we get to the at-large votes, if it would be in order to make a motion that would do something where we would vote for 8 candidates and the top 6. We've done that in the past.
Well, okay, we could do that. We just made a motion to suspend the rules to vote for 6 for the open 6 seats. If you're doing it the other way, that would change the voting to ranked choice or approval, I would believe, because you can't vote for 8 for 6. So you'd have to change the voting procedure as well. Am I correct on that? A parliamentarian person.
What? Yeah.
Approval's better. If you vote for 6, what happens with...
Okay, no. This is, I didn't do this as a debate item. I did it as a question. Okay.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Point of information, is it possible that people vote for 6? How many candidates? We have more than 8 candidates, correct?
I believe so. How many
candidates? Is it
candidates?
possible that they could be ranked? Is there a motion that could be made that could rank the bottom 2? I think that's what the gentleman actually wanted to do.
Well, that would not be only voting for 8, though. Voting for 8 does not make sense.
No, voting for 6, but if
No.
7
He said
have
instead of casting 6 votes, you cast 8.
Right, but
how many people are running?
I don't believe that's where he wanted to go. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, all right. Let's regroup for a moment because this is not making a whole lot of sense. But I do have an answer for Southern Area Coordinator, which means we will reopen nominations for at-large. Then we will deal with your point of information, which I guess is a point of information. So Tara Young has won with 32 votes. Congratulations. Rajani received 12 votes. Noda received 1, and there were no write-ins. And this has been triple audited to make sure it's correct.
And I also wanted to announce that there was 1 vote that was not in the correct area.
Who?
Tom Nichols.
Okay, Tom, bad boy. Okay, I have a question. Okay. Now back to this first question, which I'm going to do as the question first, and then Angela's next because she was actually next in line, I believe, or then you can do something if you'd like. But what Mr. Castaneda asked was, instead of voting for 6 people for 6 open seats, we would be voting for 8 people for 6 open seats with...
I have an update on that. He can better explain what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, let me ask this question first. How many people do we have right now nominated? Can you please scroll, Mr. Secretary? Currently, how many people do we have running for at-large?
10.
We have 10 people running for 6 seats currently. And what is your clarification for what Mr. Castaneda meant?
Mr. Castaneda was seeking to see if the vote getters number 7 and 8 could be made the at-large, if there was a motion or something that's possible.
Well, okay, I do see what he's saying now. I understand the question. Let me answer this question. I believe that there are people that are specifically running for alternate at-large who are not running for at-large. So if you do that, that will disenfranchise them because they don't want to run for at-large. Yes?
Point of personal privilege, it's really hot in the back of the room. If there's any way we can get a little bit more air back there, that would be cool.
If somebody in the room could please go and check with the hotel, because I can't. If anybody in the back of the room could do me a favor and check with the hotel to see if we could adjust the air. Yes, sir?
Point of information, Ed Wimmer's from Santa Clara County. So as I understand it, we could write up to 6 names and it's not ranked?
Correct. So the way that we're doing this now with the suspension of the rules to change the voting procedure that we already did is that you're voting for up to 6 people for 6 seats. They are not ranked, it's just 6 people. Each person that wins has to get a majority, and the people with the 2 lowest vote totals that did get a majority will get the 2 one-year seats that were left.
Okay, suppose nobody gets a majority.
Then it would have to go to a second ballot. That is the way that our rules work.
Okay, so I think I see. So if 3 people get a majority, they're in, and then we go to a second ballot.
Correct. That is the way that our rules work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is, and as I said, we're reopening nominations for at-large, which is what we were doing before these. By the way, it's not called point of information, it's called point of inquiry, just so y'all know. Or request for information, because people used to get confused with what a point of information was, and they thought they were giving people information, which they're not, it's a question. So just be sure that when you do that, if you say point of information, I'm going to take it as you're asking a question. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to nominate somebody, and I'm trying to remember her last name, so can we hurry?
It sounds like sciatica, I know that.
I would like to nominate Rajani Mayatico from Orange County. I think she brings a lot to the table. She's smart, she's beautiful. You should vote for her.
I'm hoping many of you just heard me speak not that long ago, so I won't go too long. I just want to say again that I believe most people actually have libertarian values at their core, and that we have the solutions people are looking for. We just need to convey them, and I can't wait to help grow this party. I know I'm going to work hard in Orange County. Tara can call me anytime. I'm with you, girl. So please vote for me for at-large.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further nominations for at-large? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close nominations for at-large. Can everybody look at the list and make sure that he's got everybody correct for at-large?
I show 11 names.
Is there 11, so we have 11 names running for 6 positions, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, I've been told that somebody is requesting a recount, and that person is James Ogle. I do not know what he's asking for a recount on, but I can tell you that we have now audited every vote, and we've recounted them 3 times. Don't joke with me when I'm up here, especially about stuff like that on a day like this. Okay, so, all right, we will be going to a vote on that. So I know that Porcupine is set to do this kind of voting. We've tested it, so it should not be a problem. Those of you that cannot vote via the app, please come up and get your paper ballots for at-large. And could somebody, Ms. Nix, could you do me a favor and ask if they're going to be able to release this vote for me, please? Yes, please. Your first unofficial job as vice chair.
Request for information.
Yes, sir.
Scott Lieberman, Santa Clara. Is the voting for at-large executive committee approval vote? I'm sorry, is it ranked choice or not ranked choice?
No, it is not. So to be clear, we are doing it the way that our bylaws prescribe, with the exception that instead of voting for only 4, we're voting for 6 because the intention is to vote for the number of open seats. We have 6 open seats. You will be voting for 6 people. I believe that the Porcupine app will not let you vote for more than 6. If you do a paper ballot and you vote for 6, you can't do that. So don't. Does everybody understand? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Point of information. How
Yes,
many?
sir. Okay, one moment before your point of information. I'm sorry, but we are releasing the vote for Porcupine.
They're ready to send it out if you are.
I am ready for them to send it out. We're already collecting paper ballots. So everybody that is on Porcupine, you will have 5 minutes to vote once it goes up. Mr. Castaneda.
Just to be clear, because I don't think everyone really understands, we can vote up to 6 people, or what's the number?
6.
Thank
There are
you.
6 open seats. You will vote for 6 people. Up to 6. By the way, you can vote for 1 if you want. You just can't vote for more than 6. If you vote for more than 6, your ballot won't be counted. If you vote for 1, that's A-okay.
Hey folks, how's everyone doing? I'm Spike Cohen, by the way. Folks, I want to give you an opportunity to help this party. I know 3 things that libertarians love doing is helping their state affiliate, getting libertarian merchandise, and beating the other state affiliates. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to do all 3 of those things for a very, very low price. So I have these swag bags with different merch in it, and what it is, we've got a brand new Spike Cohen You Are the Power wristband, because we know libertarians love these silicone wristbands, a brand new Spike Cohen You Are the Power button, a Libertarian Party Waffle House Caucus button, which makes you not just a member of the Libertarian Party Waffle House Caucus, but a voting seated member. That means absolutely nothing. We don't vote on anything. We also have these business cards from the campaign that I'm just desperately trying to get rid of because they gave us like 5,000 of them. And then also, you will get a personalized signed portrait, and I will put your name or whatever name you want on it. You can put someone else's name on it. And you can have all of these things for the low, low price of $20, and all of the proceeds go right here to the Libertarian Party of California. Now, that's the first 2 parts. Here's the third part. Right now, the record for the state affiliate that has bought the most of these swag bags is with the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin. Those cheese-eating badger heads bought 29 of the, and I say that with all due respect to cheese-eating badger heads, they bought 29 of these things. Now, I'm looking around at this group of incredible California libertarians. I know that you can buy more than 29 of these. So if you would like to take part in crushing Wisconsin and helping your state affiliate, then come over and see me, and I'd be happy to give you one of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I was told that as people were voting, the ballot went away too quickly. We had done, I believe, 5 minutes, but we will still take your votes. Anybody that was not able to vote, we will still take your votes. Mr. Ferreira, would we need to do that with paper ballots, or can you reopen it again? Is that possible? Okay, it would be paper ballots for those that weren't able to vote. I apologize. I don't know what happened.
What happened was you put less time, but the ballot was more complicated. 5 minutes is not enough.
That's right. 5 minutes is not enough.
Now with all the technical issues I have.
Okay. 5 minutes was not enough. I apologize. How many people were not able to cast their votes via Neon? Is there anybody else that was not able to, not Neon, Porcupine, was there anybody else that was not able to cast their vote by Porcupine?
I can reopen it. The counter will just show 0 minutes.
Okay, We will reopen it. The counter will show 0 minutes. Can we reopen it for another 5 minutes?
You just tell me when to close it.
Okay. All right. It's being reopened. Those that weren't able to vote, I don't know how many of you there were. Once if you weren't able to vote now. It's reopened. And then I will ask in a minute if everybody's been able to vote.
Not showing up. Request for information.
Yes, you have a question. Yes, sir.
Will there be elections for judicial committee today?
Yes, there will be alternate, yes. For alternate judicial committee members will happen soon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. By the way, I thank you all for sticking around. Were those of you that were not able to vote, is it reopened for you? Perfect. Okay, I've seen 4 more new votes that have come in. Is there anybody else still voting? Mr. Hinkle? What? I'm sorry?
Still voting.
Okay, is that a paper ballot or other? Okay, if you're still voting in Porcupine, let me know. If you're using Porcupine and you have not voted, everybody be quiet for a sec. Pretty please? Is anybody in the room voting on Porcupine that have not voted yet? Is there anyone in the room that has not voted yet on Porcupine? If you haven't, yell something to me. I'm hearing no yelling. We can close the ballot on Porcupine. And we can, is there any additional paper ballots? Any additional paper ballots? Have you done your ballot? Are you going to vote?
I hope to. Please don't wait for me.
So Alicia can't see her vote. Here's the register of voting. Doesn't show that she has voted.
Does it still show that it's open for you? Because I do not see your vote either.
It's closed. But she voted, it's just not picking it up.
Can you please do a paper ballot? Okay, is there anybody else that still needs to vote via paper ballot? Okay, this is, okay. I'm gonna do a thing, which is, while we're finishing this vote for at-large, if there's anybody that's running for at-large alternate that knows that they're only running for alternate, we can open nominations for that now. And we will not close nominations until we get the results of at-large. So if there's anybody that's running only for at-large alternate, I do believe I know at least a couple of people are doing that. You can, I'm opening nominations for that now. Angela. So I'm opening nominations. Okay, do we have any nominations for at-large alternate? There are 2 seats. They are a 1-year seat. Yes, sir.
Hello, Adrian Malagon from Contra Costa County. I would like to nominate Michael Lima for the at-large XCOM alternate. He is very active in his party. He's worked with Contra Costa County several times, even though he's from Alameda. Does a lot of volunteering work, got national recognition for it, some media coverage, so that was pretty cool. Really just involved in the ex-vet for liberty. It doesn't get much better than that. So, oh, no? Oh, all right. So I am nominating Michael Lima for alternate right here. Very passionate guy, you saw him earlier. Ex-vet for liberty, does a lot of outreach to...
Okay, I think it's just people are being too noisy because I do hear it through the speakers. Maybe get a little closer to the microphone, but I do hear it through the speakers. So start over again and just get closer and speak a little louder. Now it's not working at all. There we go.
All right, so third time's the, oh shit, all right. Third time's the charm. Michael Lima for at-large. He is in Alameda County. At-large alternate. Does a lot of work with Alameda County, has combined his resources with Contra Costa. He's very passionate. He's an ex-vet. He is very passionate about liberty and bringing more vets into the liberty movement, which we can very much use. He got some national recognition, local recognition too, just recently for his volunteer work, canned food drive that he put together for the National Day of Liberty. He's really passionate. He would be a really great asset to have on the XCOM. So Michael Lima, everybody.
Oh, wait, do I need a second? No second. Right?
You get to, no, it doesn't need a second.
Awesome, thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Lima. I'm a Marine Corps veteran turned libertarian after seeing how terrible the government ran my deployment in 2018 to the Middle East. Thank you. I got involved in the local Libertarian Party of Alameda County in 2020. Served as the secretary. Although I may be a new member to the LP, I can assure you guys that my motivation, enthusiasm, and perseverance will continue with the LP, and I will be a huge asset to the party, and I look forward to building this organization. If elected as an at-large alternate, my main focus will be working with the coordinators of the state party and the local affiliates to build relationships with state assembly members and other legislators to push for libertarian ideology. I would also like to continue working with local affiliates in targeted social media advertising in order to encourage more people to attend monthly meetings. I have seen for myself that many people who aren't aware that the LP is active in their county, and using social media to bring people into meetings will be an excellent way and the first step in growing the LP. Social media advertising can also reach demographics of people that have not yet heard our message. Lastly, I'd like to focus the support on the grassroots efforts to get our fellow libertarians elected. Our ideology is unmatched compared to our opposition, but we must show the people that our ideology works in practice and take this party to the next step. I'll leave you all with this. I'm a Marine. When I put my mind to something, I get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angela. I nominate Matthew Butts for at-large alternate. He has recruited at least 50 people into the party by himself this year. His activism is outstanding.
I accept the nomination.
Oh, you're not not going to speak to your nomination? Are you speaking to your nomination?
No, I'm just accepting it.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Well, thank you. Okay. I'm not sure what?
I was just going to fix it.
Go ahead. I'm not sure where we're at with the vote totals for at-large. Are there any other nominations for at-large alternate at this time? Okay, I'll be leaving nominations opened. Okay. I will be leaving nominations open for another, not very long. Let me ask you this. Is there anybody that's running for Judicial Committee alternate that isn't currently running for anybody else that would like to get nominated? You will need a nominator and a candidate. Anybody that's wishing to run for Judicial Committee alternate, get ready, because I might just open that up pretty quick. Are you nominating somebody? Oh.
Which is a question.
It's a question request.
I'm old school. Old school never changes. Point of information. And this is sort of regarding the bylaw that we passed. For the Judicial Committee, we now have alternates.
Yes.
Are the alternates in effect if individuals recuse themselves or if there's a vacancy? It looked like it was just regarding vacancy. That's essentially my question. We have had matters where people have had to recuse themselves.
They had it for, I believe that it said in the definition, in the description, that it would be so that you'll always have 5 voting members if there are people not, if there are Judicial Committee members not voting, the alternates would be able to vote in their place.
A recusal.
A recusal is not voting, correct?
That was the way that we presented the proposal.
And I believe that that's not necessarily the way it works, but no, it would not be an abstention. Well, if you just don't vote, it didn't say free substitution necessarily, but right, yeah. Okay. Do we have winners?
Yeah.
That's all. Maybe.
So all of these people got the majority.
Well, I don't know what the majority is.
How many votes were there total? Okay, let me think about that other thing for a second. I believe that the answer would be that just like at an executive committee meeting, we have alternates if the primary at-large representative steps out of the room, doesn't vote, or just doesn't vote, the alternate can vote. That's how they do it at the LNC.
Yeah, but there's special rules there.
Oh, they're special.
So looking at the language that is in the report, it says, to ensure a full committee in the case of a vacancy or a recusal. Abstention was not.
Okay. Okay, this would be in case of an abstention or recusal. Or vacancy or recusal, not abstention. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, point of inquiry?
Yes, sir.
If I understand correctly, the current vote for at-large, people need at least 50% in order to be elected, otherwise they'll go to another round?
They need a majority,
okay,
which is of the ballots cast. So it's not 50%, it's
majority of the ballots cast.
Just over 50%.
My guess is that we'll have maybe a couple that make that majority and that we'll have to...
Well, we don't know yet.
Hear me out. There's something I want to propose. I'd imagine that typically our process is to eliminate 1 at a time. Maybe it's premature to do so, but I would suggest eliminating 3 in the first round if we have a lot of people.
Why don't we do this thing first? Why don't we find out?
Fair enough.
I mean, because it's preemptive to do a thing that we don't know we need to do. Yes, sir.
Richard.
Actually, one moment. Do we know how many votes we had?
Yeah, 101.
Okay, so for at-large, I'm going to give these results first, Richard, and then I know you have a point of inquiry. Okay, so for at-large, we do have 4 people that have won the 4 two-year seats. Those would be Kalish Morrow with 79 votes, Shane Strawn with 71 votes, Elizabeth Stump with 67 votes. No, 64, I'm sorry. 64 votes, but still third. Adrian Malagon with 52 votes. Or, wait. No, I'm sorry, 53 votes. There were a total of 101 votes, which means that you have to have 52 to be elected. And those are the 4 that had they had a majority vote. They had 52 or above votes. So we have filled those 4 seats. For the 2 one-year seats, the rest of the nominees got less than a majority. We have Rajani. Thank you. With 49 votes, Tom Nichols with 48, Wendy Hewitt and Zach Foster tied with 44, Pete Molds received 43, Kevin Moore 40, and Miguel, or is it Michael Naguero, 33. So congratulations to the 4 that won. hand this to him to make sure that he's getting the right vote totals. So we will be going to a second ballot to vote for the remaining 2 seats for the 1-year seats with the remainder of these candidates. So we have Rajani. I'll get it, but Mayatica, Tom Nichols, Wendy Hewitt, Zach Foster, Pete Molds, Kevin Moore, and Michael Noguera.
Just vote for 2.
And for this, you'll be voting for 2 of those for the 2 remaining seats. And that is what we will do there. So, Mr. Fast, did you have a point of inquiry, or yes? Well, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Richard Fast, San Francisco County. I have a point of information. Is that in order?
Yeah, you have a question.
Okay. Yes, I do.
Yes,
okay,
please.
so my question is this. During downtime, would it be in order to consider non-controversial, easy platform proposals? Would that be in order to speed things along?
You can do a suspension of the rules to do that, and I think that would be in order.
Madam Chair, in your opinion, would that be a wise thing to do? Okay, fair enough. I'll try it.
I'm going to let it up to them to see if it's a fair thing to do.
You can read the body better than I can, honestly. So, okay, I move to suspend the rules to allow this delegation to consider platform proposals in the downtime to speed things up.
Okay, so this would be a suspension of the rules to, and you're not doing this as a 2-part motion, you're doing it as a 1-part motion, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so this is to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to allow voting or having bylaw committee or platform committee recommendations from the platform committee being proposed during the downtimes of voting. This is a motion to suspend the rules to do, again, I'm letting, you can, whatever, you vote the way you vote. Does this have a standing second? It would require 14 people to stand. This is, you don't get to second, you made the motion.
Sorry. Got excited.
Okay, we have more than 14 people standing, which means this is non-debatable because it's a suspension of the rules. It's a one vote thing for both parts. So this is a motion to suspend the rules to allow the platform committee to give proposals from their report when we're in these downtimes so that we can get something done in the platform. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Yay. Okay, it passes. We will do that. Yes, ma'am.
Point of information, are the ballots going to go out soon?
We just need to verify, so just remove the bottom one.
Just the only one that's being removed would be the bottom, which would be this one.
Verify that.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, and so just to be clear, the people that you are going to be voting on when the ballot goes out, because the way that this works, we remove the bottom vote getter, you will be voting between Rajana Mayatico, Tom Nichols, Wendy Hewitt, Zach Foster, Pete Molds, Kevin Moore.
Pick 2, right?
And pick 2. These are the 2 one-year seats to fill the vacated seats.
Amy, you ready for that ballot to go out?
I am ready, and let's give them more time this time to make sure that everybody has enough time. 10 minutes. And if you have paper ballots, please come do your paper ballots. While we're voting, I don't think that's downtime. As soon as we finish voting, it is downtime. So we will be doing platform in just a moment, but I don't want people distracted during their vote. So we're essentially, it's a 10-minute vote. We're not going to do something else during that unless there's something else to do. Yes, sir.
Point of inquiry. So did you say the lowest vote total was dropped? That
Yes.
person. So Michael
So Michael's gone.
Michael's gone. Could we cross him out?
Can the secretary put a line through? He is working on it.
No, he's not. He's done.
Okay, he's not working on it, he's done. Okay, so okay, the ballots are going to be released, or did they release? The ballots have been released. You have 10 minutes to vote. I am going to put us at ease for these 10 minutes so everybody can vote. So we're at ease, we're not really recessed, we're at ease, so it may be less than 10 minutes, but we're at ease. Richard, are you checking on what Angela asked you? The no debate. Angela asked you about no debate. No, well, Joe is asking us something. I'm going to be back where it is, but...
So that's the thing.
Just so there are no surprises, you've only got 5 minutes left to vote.
Did Richard's motion pass? It passed, right?
I don't know which motion it was.
To hear the platform.
Oh, yeah.
Hello. When the chair returns, I have a motion. Are we at ease?
Yes, because we're voting.
Okay. How many minutes left?
It's 4 minutes.
My first time I've had a problem.
Is there anybody who's voting by paper ballot on the second round for at-large that has not turned in their paper ballots? Going once? Going twice? We're done voting paper ballots on the second round for at-large. Not, you never know, we may be going 3, 4, 5 rounds.
Please clap. Jeb.
Okay. Thank you.
Y'all wish you had this much energy for convention. It's called going to bed on time.
Or sleeping more than 5 hours. I haven't slept more than 5 hours in 10 years.
I just disassociate from my body before convention starts. So then I know, yeah, I'm sad. I'm not actually excited even. I'm just having a weird physical reaction.
Do we have a determination on this thing?
I don't know, but I'm about to make a motion.
Do we have a determination on the thing? Can we do it? Okay. Okay, we are not at ease any longer. We're back in order. Ms. McCardle.
I have a motion I'd like to make, and I want to make sure everyone really hears me. If you're in this room and you care about platform, I move that we close debate on every platform plank so that we can hear every plank that the platform committee put on quickly before we close business.
And to clarify your motion, that would mean these would be no debate items, voting either up or down.
That is correct. Up and down, no debate, and
Okay.
I need a second.
We need a standing second of at least 14 people. I've got way more than 14. We are going to go to a vote because this is a motion. We could have debate. Do we have debate? I see no debate.
I'm sorry, this is a debatable motion? Because this motion is suspend the rules.
It's a motion to, you don't need to suspend the rules. This is just a,
Is this a debatable motion?
No. Then I'm not asking for debate. You're right. It is not a debatable motion, therefore, we will vote whether to, or I believe that it's not debatable for this part of it either, because it's suspension of the rules, so therefore.
Point of inquiry, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Is it...
Ma'am.
Thank you. Is it amendable?
I don't believe so. I'm looking at my parliamentarians.
I mean, you can limit, you can instead say he wants to limit it to 3 minutes per proposal instead of 0.
Okay.
I think it's amendable.
Not debatable, but amendable. Do you have an amendment?
Yes. I move to amend that, and this is obviously non-enforceable, but in the interests of avoiding creating a negative precedent going forward and disenfranchising future delegates from being able to debate on stuff, I think we express that it's the will of the body that this be a one-time only thing and not something that we're going to do again in the future when we run out of time.
I don't believe that is required because it's simply a motion to suspend the rules this one time.
But
it's a one-off. It's not changing any rules in our bylaws.
No,
it's
I
a one-off.
understand that. I just wanted to amend to express the will of the body that this is not a precedent going forward.
No, that's not.
I have a motion to amend.
Okay, Mr. Starr, do you have a motion to amend? Because yours doesn't really work, so yours.
So instead of limiting debate to no debate at all, allow at least one person to argue in favor of a motion and one person to argue against. I don't think we should be passing things without debate.
Time limit.
1 minute per person per argument.
Okay, is there a standing second of 14 people for this amendment? Is everybody standing for this amendment for a second? You guys in the back, if you're standing, you're seconding. Are you seconding or are you talking? Thank you.
Please pay attention.
Yeah, sorry to get loud, but...
Do you need a standing second for this?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think it needs a second.
Okay, it just needs a second. I thought it did. Last time we had an amendment, it needed a standing second, whatever. It needs a second. Does it have a second? It has a second. This also is not debatable. So we will go to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, the amendment fails. We now go to a vote unless there's any other amendments on the motion. Does everybody understand what they're voting on? You don't need to call a question. There's no debate.
Move to amend to allow only one person to speak against each motion because the platform committee basically has already put forward the arguments in favor of each motion, so we could cut the time proposed in last amendment by half while still allowing some modicum of debate to give for each proposal a 1 minute opportunity to speak against it.
Okay, is there a second? This motion is to allow 1 minute for somebody to debate against each platform committee. It's been seconded. Okay, we go to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment to allow 1 minute for anybody arguing against each proposal to speak, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, that fails. We now go to a motion, or to the vote on the motion unless there's any further amendments.
This requires a 2/3?
Yes.
Call the question.
Don't need to, there's no debate.
There's been amendments.
Well, that's true, but I don't know. Okay. All right, we're going to a vote on the main motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, that passed with a 2/3 majority. Therefore, what we're going to do now while we're waiting for the results of the at-large is we're going to recognize the chair of the platform committee to start presenting proposals.
Thank you. The original motion to suspend the rules said we should try to pass the non-controversial ones. I have no way of knowing which are the non-controversial ones except by having a vote. Our initial report was presented on April 14th. It has been on the website since then. It was announced various ways. Our final report was put out on May 4th. You all should have seen it. You can all see it. If you get this sheet, which most of you have in front of you, it has a URL. You can go there and you can see the full text of each of these things. Hopefully we don't actually have to read them out loud. I'm just going to give a description of each one and then we'll have the vote. Mimi, are you going to be taking the votes?
I'm going to be taking the votes.
Okay, so I'll just present each one in order. If you have this 8.5 by 14 sheet, you know what I'm going to say.
Can you show it on the screen when this, as we go through this?
Yeah, do you have
He's going to do, okay, the secretary is going to do that. The first proposal is to revise one sentence in the plank that's called official language. There was a sentence that seemed kind of convoluted, and we replace it with simpler language, so that instead of the old language, it would say, well, it was on the screen. I've got it on a piece of paper. The new language would say, instead of the old phrase, it would say, languages in common use by people living in their jurisdictions.
Would the secretary please put it on the screen?
He's working on that right this moment.
Okay. This is fairly short. I'll read it out loud. It changes the phrase, lingua left paren, any of various languages used as common or commercial tongues among people of diverse speech, right paren, in a pluralistic society. If you have any idea what that means, you might like this better. Languages in common use by people living in their jurisdictions. That is the proposal, to replace one phrase with the other phrase. That is my presentation. I think it's time for a vote.
Okay. It is on the screen. Does everybody know what they're voting on? Okay. I don't know what the single sheet is, but this is it. It's on the screen. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. I've got an announcement in between. So, I'm sorry?
I said, please note my abstention.
Okay, so noted. Okay, for at-large, for the final two seats, we unfortunately still do not have a winner or any winners in this. Therefore, we will be going to another ballot, which I'm going to suggest we will leave open for 10 minutes, and during that time, this will continue. But we'll pause for a couple minutes for the first thing. You can do one while it's going live, and then once it's live, we'll stop. So, the vote totals were Tom Nichols received 39 votes, Kevin Moore received 20, Wendy Hewitt received 38, Zach Foster received 20, Rajani Mayatico received 37. There was 97 votes, which requires 49 for a majority. None of them received a majority. Pete Molds received 15 votes, therefore he was the lowest. He will be removed. So we will now be voting between Tom Nichols, Kevin Moore, Wendy Hewitt, Zach Foster, and Rajani Mayatico. I said it right a few times, but then I screwed up again. Mayatico. Okay, so while
Who were the top two vote getters?
the top two vote getters in this round were Wendy Hewitt with Tom Nichols with 39 and Wendy Hewitt with 38. The next one below that was Rajani with 37.
What's the majority now?
The majority was 49 to win.
I'd like to make a motion to just limit it to the top four that we choose.
Second.
Okay, that's a valid, okay, so it's been moved to, right. So this would be to limit it to the top four, which would be Tom Nichols, Wendy Hewitt, Rajani Mayatico, and, wait. That creates a slight problem because there's a tie. So Kevin Moore and Zach Foster were tied with 20, and then Pete Mold's got 15. Those were the lows. So if you're striking the lowest two, that would be striking 3.
So let's go for the top 3. Let's pick 2 of the top 3.
So you want to strike the 2 lowest vote totals, which would be 3 people. Is there a standing second?
Point of information?
Yes, sir.
Please clarify the motion.
Okay. This motion would be, instead of just deleting the bottom vote getter, we would be deleting the 2 bottom vote numbers, which would be 3 people because 2 people were tied.
So there'll be 3 candidates left.
There will be 3 candidates left and 3 stricken. The 2 lowest vote totals will be stricken, which is 3 people. Is that clear? Does everybody understand what they're voting on, or what they're seconding? Is there a standing second of 14 people?
On the screen.
Okay, that is more than 14. This is non-debatable. To be very clear, the vote totals are on the screen. The top 3 were, once again, Tom Nichols, Wendy Hewitt, 38, Rajani Mayatiko with 37. The 3 that will be stricken if this passes is the 3 bottom vote getters, which is Kevin Moore with 20, Zach Foster with 20, Pete Molds with 15. Is everybody clear? Okay, this is a motion to suspend the rules. It is not debatable. We will go to a vote. It requires 2/3. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, that passes. So the next round of voting will be between 3 candidates for 2 seats. It will be Tom Nichols, Wendy Hewitt, and Rajani Mayatiko. While they're getting that ballot ready, we're going to...
Point of order?
Yes, sir. Yes.
My understanding is that we adjourn at 5 o'clock unless there's an extension of time.
We do not have a time certain for adjournment.
Okay, I just want to know if I could extend time, but okay.
Well, we do not have a time certain. We will eventually get kicked out of the room,
Okay.
but we don't have a time certain in our rules for adjournment.
Okay, so no such motion is necessary.
Correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so while they're getting this ballot ready, we are going to go to the next proposal.
Proposal number 2 is to amend the victimless crimes plank. I know it's not on the screen, but you can all put it on your own screen if you use the URL that's at the top of the 8.5 by 14 sheet. All of the text of every one of these proposals is right there on the website. So all it does is there's a list of things that were used as excuses to deny people rights, and we removed it. It currently says wearing certain colors, carrying pagers, or using cellular phones. Since carrying pagers is not as popular as it was 20 or 30 years ago when this plank was written, it kind of makes it sound old. So we're just proposing to delete those 2 words and the associated commas. That's the entire proposal.
Okay, all right. That was the motion. Does everybody see it on the screen and understand what this is?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. It passes. Okay, everybody real quick. Paul, switch back over to the other screen. The ballots have been released for 10 minutes. We will vote with this up, and we will then, in a few minutes, go to the next thing, the next one of these. Yes?
Yes. Win.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know, we'll get started.
No more than 2? You're voting for no more than 2 because it's 2 seats, so vote for 2 people or what? You can vote for 1 or 2, you can't vote for any more than that. And
Is voting open? Because I don't see it on my screen.
voting is open, I see it on my screen.
It's on the screen.
Maybe refresh or go back to.
Thank you.
Okay. And for paper ballots, please do your paper ballots. Look after and let him know his dad has them. People are double voting that way. This is actually working out well. Everything's passed. Well, seriously, normally they debate on every single word. Oh, like, okay. I'll say it out loud. This is going well. Normally there'd be debate on every single thing.
Funny how there's no debate when the rules say you can't
It's
debate.
no debate when there's no debate, but then it passes anyway. Yay. Sorry about the hot mic.
Yeah. Since I said this, I said that. Okay.
Has everybody with a paper ballot voted? No. Okay. Just checking. I just didn't see a line, so. I'm sorry? Give it a second before you vote a second time.
It helps for me if I went from the active tab to the past ballots tab and back to the active.
Okay, for those of you that don't see your name at the bottom, try going to the active tab, the pass ballot, and back to the active tab. If you still don't see it, right now we have 5 minutes and 13 seconds. If when we get to another 2 minutes or so in, you still don't see your name, please let them know in the back. Over there. Yeah, it did. I was beginning to get a migraine. I think that's why the caffeine helped. Is there any more paper ballots? Okay. We've got 4.5 minutes, yes. Okay, Alicia, I see you now. Okay. Okay. I know they're auditing for duplicates every time now before they release it, so. Okay, there are 4 minutes left on this vote. So paper ballots and you people porcupine ballots, you have actually 3 minutes and 50 seconds. While we're doing that, we are going to go to the next proposal. Secretary, can you please?
So proposal number 3 is to add a plank about emergency powers. Now this was inspired by the current pandemic situation. However, when we started thinking about what we should put in the platform in response to the government's mishandling of this situation, we had a number of different angles we could come at it from. And one thing that kind of stood out as a separate thing, we have a general pandemics plank further down in the list of proposals, but the way that the government seizes on something, declares it an emergency, and then uses it as an excuse for endless modifications of the normal division of powers and due process and everything else goes far beyond pandemics. We see it with all sorts of other things. And it's the point of this plank is to explain why emergency powers are not something that should go on and on in time and should not apply to things that are really not emergencies at all. So the text is on the screen. In the interest of time, I'd rather not read it since it's unchanged since April 14th. It's on the screen. It is on the website. And if there's anybody who really doesn't have a computer, there are a few copies of the complete report over there. So this is our proposal to add a plank that explains why the concept of emergency is being abused, and to propose some specific limitations on emergency powers so that they won't be abused. That's the proposal.
Okay, does everybody understand what they're voting on? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Excellent. Give me one sec.
So it was just commented to me that trying to explain it in additional words is kind of a form of debate. So what I'm going to do for the subsequent proposals is I'm simply going to read the summary, which is exactly the summary that you have in front of you, just to remind you of what the topic is, and then you can vote on it, yes or no. So proposal number 4.
1 minute left on the vote.
Proposal number 4 is to revise the plank, which is now called marijuana. This expands the scope of the existing plank by mentioning other recreational drugs, describing some of the harms done by the drug war, and addresses the application of federal law in California. To go along with those changes, the name is changed from marijuana to drug war and recreational drugs. That's the proposal. And it's on the screen.
Okay, so it's striking everything and adding, right?
It's replacing the whole plank.
It's replacing the whole plank. Does everybody understand this is a replacement of the whole plank and what they're voting on? Okay, we are going to go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes.
Proposal number 5 is also revising by completely rewriting a plank. There is now a plank called police. And the recommendation of the platform committee is that that be replaced by new text, which is up here, including changing the name of the plank from police to policing. This is a rewrite of the plank with a different emphasis and structure. The first paragraph lays out general principles. The individual points which follow address specific laws and policies, including several that have been highlighted by recent incidents. Okay, and this proposal includes changing the name to policing. That's the proposal.
Okay, does everybody understand what they're voting on? Okay, we're going to go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes.
Proposal 6 is to add a plank addressing the topic of universal basic income. This plank states our opposition to the idea of universal basic income, an idea that is getting increasing mention in public policy circles and in the general media, and which is very appropriate for our state platform because there are several cases of tests or demonstrations in California. That's our proposal. There's the text.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Would it be in order for me to ask to suspend the rules to allow debate on this item?
To allow debate on this one only.
Amending same previous statement.
It would take a two-thirds vote.
Okay, it would be in order to suspend the rules for this plank to allow debate. It would need a 2/3 vote. This is a suspension of the rules, so it's not debatable, this part of it. Is there a standing second of 14 people? Is everybody standing because they're standing for the second? In the back, if you're not standing for a standing second, please crouch down. Thank you. Okay, there's exactly 14. We will go to a vote on this because, again, it's not debatable. This will require a 2/3 vote to allow debate on this one plank. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that fails.
So I believe that means we move to a vote on the proposal.
Yes, it does. So, do we understand what we're voting on? I'm just asking this each time because I don't want any. Is there?
Madam Chair?
Yes?
How many votes does it take to pass these motions?
2/3.
And the majority of registered delegates?
Yes.
Correct. And these mostly have been unanimous and we still have quorum, so. Okay, so we're gonna go to a vote on this. All those in favor of this proposal, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
All those in favor, please stand up. All those in favor, please stand up on this motion.
Yes, that's because you're an registered delegate. Not the platform, it's a specific platform. That's your bylaw.
4 through 5, 37, 38, 39. Counting. Okay. I was counting, so I'll go to the next one in a second. I just want to see where we're.
If we have 124, we need at least 63 people to vote in favor of any measure here for the adoption.
Okay, please.
Which ruler?
It's either 2/3 of those present voting or it's a majority.
Bylaw 20, section 1, delegates by a 2/3 vote, but not less than majority of all registered delegates.
Correct.
Requires both 2/3.
Yeah. Okay. So those of you that just voted yes, please sit down. Those of you voting no, please stand up. Okay, you can go ahead and sit down. That failed to get a majority of all voting delegates. So that failed. Before we go on, we do have a majority this time, right? Yes, yes, yes. We do, half of 99 is, that's just exactly the majority, right? This is, I was looking at the wrong number. I was looking over there. Never mind. Okay, we have 2 winners for the 1-year seat. Those 2 winners are Wendy Hewitt and Tom Nichols. Congratulations. The vote totals were Wendy Hewitt, 54, Tom Nichols, 57, Rajani Malatico, 48. There was 99 votes. There was a majority for 2 of them. So, the next thing we're going to do real quick before we do the next platform proposal is we are now going to go to a vote on the at-large alternates, because this is filling those 6 seats. Can we put up the at-large alternate? And actually, we're not going to go to a vote on that yet because I did not close nominations. So, is there any additional nominations for at-large alternate? Currently, we have 2 people running for 2 seats.
David Naranjo, Orange County. I nominate Rajani Mayatico.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. I won't speak much, but my name is Rajani Mayatico, if you hadn't heard that enough today.
Thank you. Okay, is there any further nominations for at-large alternate? Okay, is there any other nominations for at-large alternate? Okay, seeing none, nominations are closed. We will be going to a vote for at-large alternate. There are 3 people running for 2 seats. It's Michael Lima, Matthew Butts, and Rajani Miatico. You will vote for up to 2 names because there's 2 seats. This is for a 1-year term. Somebody let me know when the ballot is ready before putting it out for a vote. And once the ballot is ready, we will vote. Those of you that are using paper ballots can already come up and do your paper ballots. While we're doing this before the porcupine goes live, we will go on to the next platform amendment.
The next proposal, number 7, is to revise the plank that's named welfare. And it, again, would do that by replacing the entire text, and the new text should be on your screen in blue. This proposal reduces the size of the current plank. It reorganizes and combines a few of the paragraphs, as well as some of the bullet points. There are a few sentences added and word changes made, but the concepts are the same. Also, there are a couple of sentences added about individuals rather than the government knowing what is best for themselves to emphasize the importance of autonomy. Text is there, text is on your computer.
Okay, does everybody understand what they're voting for? Okay, while you're just contemplating that, I announced that, right? I announced this already. So.
You need 10 minutes?
Yes. Okay. While you're contemplate so we can go to a vote.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules to allow debate on this item.
I already announced that we were going, oh, you're right, I'm asking if they understand. Okay, before you do that, go ahead and release the vote. We will be voting for 10 minutes for alternate at large of the 3 names that you, Paul, can you switch back over real quick to that sheet? Yeah. Okay, you're voting between those 3 names. You can vote for up to 2 people. There is a motion, to suspend the rules. Mr. Naranjo?
Do you want me to make the motion or explain what I'm trying to do?
Well, let me ask you, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to do a 2-part or a 1-part motion? In other words, you want 2 votes or 1? You're suspending the rules. Are you suspending the rules to do something?
Yes.
Or are you suspending the rules to consider doing something?
Well, ultimately, I would like to amend this proposal to add an item at the end addressing UBI.
Give me 1 moment. We did this as no debate. However, I do believe that you can have amendments. You do not need a motion to suspend the rules. You're not debating, you're simply making an amendment. So
Okay.
Do you have an amendment to make?
Yes, I did.
Okay, then please make your amendment.
So I just emailed the language to the secretary. So amendment to state our party's position on universal basic income. I move to add the following to the end of the plank, 5.6 welfare, after item D. We oppose any government-funded universal basic income schemes and government sponsorship of any privately funded programs that would implement such schemes. We recognize the right of private individuals to provide financial assistance without government involvement to anyone they deem deserving.
Okay, is there a second? It doesn't need a standing second, it just needs a second. Okay, it's been seconded. Again, this is no debate. So, I just was about to say, can
It's right there.
please put that, he was getting the email. I wasn't gonna vote till we did it. I mean, we can only work as fast as we can work here, up here. We're multitasking. I wasn't. Okay, is that the amendment that's up there now?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, can you please enlarge it just a wee bit? Just hit this. Hit control and then scroll and it'll make it bigger. At least with mine. No, hit control and just scroll. You don't need to highlight, just scroll. Other way. Okay. All right. Can you read it now? Make it a little bit bigger, scroll again. Perfect. Can you guys read it? And don't forget to vote, by the way.
So is this part of D, or
It adds it.
And everybody remember, we're voting at the same time, so if you haven't voted, vote.
So this is a new D, or is this an expansion of D?
I think it means after D, a new paragraph at the end of the blank, because it doesn't make any sense as part of D.
Tell us what you meant after item D.
Okay, all right, first of all, wait, first of all, I just want to once again say, has everybody voted for at-large alternate? Because I don't want people to get too bogged down. We've got 6 minutes left. I see people are still voting, so continue voting. But, Mr. Naranjo, this is the text of your thing. We oppose any government-funded universal basic income schemes and government sponsorship of any privately funded programs that would implement such schemes. We recognize the right of private individuals to provide financial assistance without government involvement to anyone they deem deserving. That's
the text, and I propose to put it after item D.
And this is supposed to be after item D of, okay, yeah, put it down. So can we just switch back over real quick to the original proposal to show where this sentence is going, so everybody is clear?
Because the list is we support and then A, B, C, D, so then we oppose after item D.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Okay, I see that there's a picture being taken in the back, but are we all still paying attention to the fact that we're debating something? Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, so we now know what this is. It goes after D as a single sentence. Does everybody understand what they're voting for the amendment only? Please say aye.
Aye.
Are the people in the back voting? Because if not, we got a problem. Are those in favor say aye? Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, it passes. Now we go to the main motion as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, it passes.
Madam Chair, can we get more people in the room?
They're in the room. I'm looking at them. There's a shitload of people in the room.
I don't think we have 63 here.
They're not paying attention, but there's people in the room. Are you asking for a quorum call?
I want you to make an assessment. Do you think there's 63 people in this room?
Well, now they're all here.
I understand that. No, I understand your question. We have quorum.
Okay, now, the challenge is that a lot of people in the back are not voting. 63 people voted in favor.
Okay, we're going to take that vote again. And for the amendment, we did not necessarily need 63.
We didn't need for the amendment, but we
But a lot more people voted for the main motion. Everybody pay attention. We're voting on the main motion as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay.
The question is whether we have 63. Let's just stand.
Okay, everybody stand that's voting yes.
Yeah. Because they have to vote.
Well, I was watching mouths.
Madam Chairman, it's obvious, nobody voted against that, so I object.
We have at least 63 people in the room, and I see exactly one person sitting, which is Jose.
Favor of this proposal. I want to make sure we have 63 people.
I understand that. We've determined we have quorum. I see nobody sitting. I see everybody standing. Oh, there's 2 people sitting. Okay, 3 people sitting. We have at least 67 people in the room. It passes. And I'm going to call for people in the hallway, people in the back. I need you in the room voting. We've still got elections to do. This is important. And 2 more minutes on the voting. If you haven't voted, please vote. It's 1 minute, 50 seconds.
Proposal 8 is to revise the plank that is currently called Health and Medicine. This one is also a revision by replacement of the entire text. The existing plank is too long and wordy. The rewritten text covers the same points in a more compact way. This proposal includes changing the name from Health and Medicine to Healthcare. That's our proposal.
I'm going to recognize this is kind of long, so please read this so you know what you're voting for. Yeah, we've definitely got quorum. Okay, does everybody, we have quorum, I just counted. Everybody know what they're voting on?
Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It passes. All those in favor, please stand up. We'll do this every time now. All those in favor, please stand up. Okay, sit down. All those opposed, please stand up. If you are opposed, please stand up. We have 3 people standing. It passes.
Proposal 9 is to revise the plank that is called Legislature. In this case,
Jose, we still have to have quorum. It doesn't matter if no one opposes it. Barely.
National.
Okay.
Not for podcast.
Proposal 9 is to amend the plank that's called Legislature. That plank currently has 4 paragraphs. This would rewrite the first 3 paragraphs. It's not a total rewrite, but it's mostly rewrite. So the existing plank on this subject has 3 paragraphs which address basically the same point, the number of people represented by each legislator. This proposal consolidates the language of those 3 paragraphs into one while leaving the last paragraph, which addresses a different point, unchanged.
Okay, that seems pretty straightforward. You're standing at the microphone, yes?
I'm going to call for quorum.
A quorum count?
Yeah.
Okay, we will do a counted quorum. Everybody that is here that is a voting delegate, including the people I can't see over in the edge, because you guys are all voting delegates as well, I need you to stand up, hold up your badges with your yellow thing, and we are going to do a counted quorum count, okay? And I'm going to start actually here at the stage. You're number 1.
1, 2,
3,
4,
5,
6,
7,
8,
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
16.
over there. Are you guys over there? Are you okay? You're not okay? Okay. Never mind, where were we at, 17? Okay, 18?
19?
No.
20.
Do we, actually, let's stop. Do we need paramedics? Do we need something?
I just need to sit down. Yeah. I'm good. All right, tell him right now. But I'm alive.
Dr. Lieberman, doctor in the house.
He flew up yesterday.
I'm going to start over. Let's wait. Let's deal with Mr. Mullman first, please. Now we're you know what? We're gonna stand at ease for a couple minutes. I'm gonna implore you guys something. Do not leave yet. We still have to finish a couple elections, okay? Although I can give you an answer to this election, which kind of actually tells us how many people we have. Does it not?
Well, maybe not everybody voted though.
There was 84 people that voted.
Oh, well then, we have more.
Does that help anybody?
This is true. I immediately caught myself there. Yeah.
I mean, does that help anything on this, that we had?
84 people voted, that's.
You can vote and not be in this room.
Okay, all right. All right, so we do have winners for the at-large alternates for a one-year term. The winners will be Michael Lima with 55 votes and Matthew Butts with 47. Rajani Miatico received 39 and Noda received 1. Congratulations. Okay, thank you everybody and congratulations. I'm sorry. There were 84 ballots cast, which means we need 43. We have 55 and 47.
What is this column versus that column? This is
You're highlighting the
whatchamacallit, porcupine.
Yeah, but you didn't read off. You read off that number instead of that number.
I read off the wrong number. Oh, sorry. 55, 47, 42. Did I not say that? No. Okay, 55, 47, 42. Michael Lima, 55. Matthew Butts, 47. Rajani Miatico, 42. I ran 42. I read off the numbers that were in Porcupine without going over one column over to the numbers that were including paper ballots. We had 1 with Noda. So in other words, we had 73 plus 11 is 84. We had 11 paper ballots. We had 73 Porcupine ballots, which is 84, which means you have to have 43. We have 2 winners. They are them. Are we good? The one thing you need to change is Rajani Miatico got 42, not 39. I read that incorrectly. So it's 55, 47, 42, 1 for Noda. Okay. Are things okay over there?
Yeah, we're working on it.
I'm all right. I'm alive. Keep going.
Okay, we are going to go back to the quorum count that was required or requested. Everybody stand up again. We are gonna start over. Stand up, hold up your badges. Everybody in the room and stand up and hold up your badges. We're gonna start up here again.
1, 2,
3,
4,
5, 6,
7,
8,
9,
10,
11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
18,
19.
you right there is 20,
21.
22, 23, 24.
25.
Over here, Jay, 26.
27.
28.
29.
Okay, let's go over here now.
30, 31, 32. 33, 34, 35.
You're 36 right there, Black. Sit.
37.
38.
39.
40. 41.
You.
43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48,
49.
50.
No, he was 53. We're over here. 54 right there, white shirt. 55 next to her. Okay, we're gonna go over here now. 56. 57 is the next one. Sit after you count. 58 is you. No, Reg, you're 59. You guys gotta pay attention. 59, next person is 60 in the gray shirt, or whatever shirt. You're 60. Sandra, you're 61. You're 63, Adam. You're 64.
We are so off now.
Okay, we're gonna do this another way because you guys are not, this is not.
We have quorum.
Everybody stand up. I'm gonna walk around.
Three.
Quiet. 5.
Stop moving if you don't need to.
6.
7.
8.
Right here.
9.
Right there.
10.
11. 12.
13.
14.
15. You over there?
I'm counting.
Okay. You're 16.
17. 18.
19.
21. 23. 24.
25.
26. 27. 28. 29. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36.
37.
39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 46. 47. 51. 52.
74.
75.
76.
77.
78.
79.
80.
81.
Okay, that's 81. 2 people that didn't count off were Dr. Lieberman and Ken. They are still in the room. We have quorum. Now we're going to the next proposal.
We were in the
actually,
middle
no, we
of
are
voting.
not.
We're going to vote on, I already
we're
presented
ready
a
to vote.
proposal, we just needed to vote.
Okay, we're voting on this proposal. Please flip back over to the proposal, and then we're going to do another thing real quick. It's replacing the first 3 paragraphs with 1 paragraph. We all know what we're voting on. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. Now we're going to do something else. So if you could let me in for a sec. We are now going to open nominations for alternate judicial committee members. Are there anybody that wants to run for the alternate judicial committee member? Are there any nominations?
My name is James Ogle. I would like to nominate myself for judicial. Thank you.
Okay, we have 1 nomination.
Nobody recuse yourselves.
Oh, hell no.
Do we have another nomination?
I nominate myself. I'm a former JC member and chair of the committee, and let's get on with it.
Is there another?
Yes, I don't want to do it, but under the circumstances, yes.
Okay. Are there any further nominations for judicial committee alternate? Yeah, he can.
Aaron.
2 hours this hour, 2 days there.
Okay, that's 3 nominees for 2 positions. This will be a 1-year term because this in the future will be done every 2 years in even number years. So we've got 3 people running for 2 positions. Back in the back, are we able to put up a ballot for alternate judicial committee member? Okay, while you get it set up, Mr. Dean is going to go to his next proposal as soon as he fixes his camera.
Next proposal is to revise the plank that's titled Money and Banking. This one is also a replacement of the entire text. And here's the explanation. The existing plank on this subject is repetitive and unnecessarily wordy. It also doesn't mention cryptocurrency or the way government makes use of banks to track people, which have become important issues in recent years. This replacement simplifies the language, gives equal treatment to cryptocurrency and gold as alternative kinds of money, specifically addresses requirements for reporting of transactions, and drops one obsolete point while still addressing all the remaining important points mentioned in the current plaque.
Okay.
And the text is on the screen.
Okay. Does everybody know what they're voting for or on? With no questions. All those in favor of this proposal, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. It passed. Really quickly, the vote is going to now go live for the alternate judicial committee members. We are only giving this one 5 minutes. I don't think it will take that long. And wait till, are any paper ballots, please come up to the front with your paper ballots. And I'll recognize you as soon as we do this other thing, okay?
Of course.
Okay, so it's live. Please be sure to vote. Paper ballots come up. I will recognize the gentleman at the microphone.
Adam Kokesh, King County, in the interest of expediency and using the remaining time for meaningful debate, I would move to pass proposals remaining up until 21, which is the only one I've seen any meaningful opposition to from the Mises Caucus specifically. So basically the motion is to pass en masse proposals from the platform committee through number 20.
Okay, so this motion would, so you're making a motion to suspend the rules to vote in one vote on proposals 11 through 20.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
20.
No, he said 20. 21 is when he said there's controversy. We've just finished proposal 10. That would mean 11 through 20 in mass, suspension of the rules to do so. I am going to ask my parliamentarian.
That's in order, but I'm not sure it takes an order.
Okay, so I am ruling that motion. Unfortunately, I know it would be great to do it. I am ruling it out of order because it's in the bylaws that these have to be looked at plank by plank. That would be doing multiple planks in one single.
Rules, not the bylaws.
Is it in the rules, not the bylaws?
So a suspension of the rules would be in order.
A suspension of the rules would be in order, but the motion that you're making would not be in order. So would you like to make another motion?
I move to suspend the rules to do what I proposed earlier, yes.
Okay, and you're doing a motion to suspend the rules to do what you want
Correct.
to do all in one thing?
Yes.
Okay, that requires a...
Those are separate proposals. Basically, any one person can demand that each proposal be voted on separately. So,
Well, it depends if this passes. It's a convention rule. It's not a bylaw.
now this is a basic and laws. You are entitled to vote on each proposal.
We could propose on them, we vote on them.
I have an idea. Okay, no, I have a really good idea. I have a really good idea that's going to be really fast without doing anything. We are going to do this thing where I'm going to go plank by plank. We're not going to do anything about talking about it. Y'all have read it, obviously, if you're going to do it in mass, right?
Yes.
Am I right? You've all read them? So what we're going to do now is a different thing. We're not going to debate. We're not going to hear anything about it. We're going to trust that all y'all read it And we're gonna now go plank by plank, vote by vote. Okay? Got it? Okay, has everybody voted on alternate at large judicial committee? Do we have the ballots?
I'll bring mine up.
Okay, anybody that needs to vote, vote. Where's the, so we're on 11?
Number 11.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Once everybody's voted, and let's make sure everybody's in the room, everybody that's delegate, get in the room. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. We are going to vote on proposal 11. Do you all know what you're voting on? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. Now we are voting on proposal number 12, freedom of expression. We all know what we're voting on. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. It passes. Proposal number 13, new plank, freedom to think. We all know what we're voting on. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. It passes. Proposal number 14, new plank, pandemics. We know what we're voting on. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. It passes. Proposal 15, structure of election reform. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. Proposal number 16, it's restructure judicial. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. Proposal number 17, revise judicial capital punishment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. It passes. Proposal number 18, revise judicial 3 strikes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. It passes. Proposal number 19, revise judicial move text to victimless crimes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. Proposal number 20, marriage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. We are now on proposal number 21, going in the same fashion, even though it's 21. Discrimination. Do we all know what we're voting on? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. It fails. Proposal number 21, revise education. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. It fails. That brings us to the completion of the Platform Committee report.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank the Platform Committee. I want to thank Mr. Dean. I want to thank all of your indulgence. When is the last time we got through both bylaws and platform in a weekend? Never. You know, when libertarians want to work together, it appears we really can. Isn't that amazing? Yes. Thank you. Okay, so now where we're at. We are at our final election, which has that has closed, correct? Yes. And we have results. And here are the results of the judicial alternate. Yeah, we got majorities, not a problem there. Aaron Starr received 54 votes. Mark Hinkle received 43. There were, did I read that right?
Yeah.
There were 67 people that voted on that. It meant that you needed 34. I want to thank Aaron Starr and Mark Hinkle for being alternates on this committee. James Ogle received 1 vote. Noda received 0. And Harambe received 1 vote as a write-in. excuse me. Noda got, what does it say? Oh, it got 8. I apologize. It's 8 plus 0 equals 8.
Sorry.
Either way, those two won. Thank you. So, where that means we are at now, just so everyone knows, we have completed elections. We have Ms. Mattson, or Ms. Purcell at the microphone. Yes, ma'am.
I guess I can't tilt the mic down because it's going to slide out, so I'll tippy-toe here. Okay, so to be clear, I'm only making a request for information. I'm not challenging anything about the elections. So I think that earlier it was indicated that the votes in the system were anonymous. I just want to understand the system. And when we discovered that there were some duplicate votes in the system, and somehow it was determined how to remove which votes could be removed, which kind of suggests to me that it's perhaps not anonymous. So I just want an understanding of the system. So
I think I know the answer to this question, but Mr. Ferreira definitely knows the answer to this question. So I am going to defer to Mr. Ferreira to answer this question.
For this very purpose, for auditing purposes, there is a way to see the user ID attached to a vote, but not the name. There is a table where I can go look up the user ID and the name and figure out who voted for what, but I did not do that.
So relational table.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Castaneda.
Would it be in order for us to have a vote to endorse our candidate for governor?
Could you give me a sec? Because orders of the day are just about to be orders of the day. Orders of the day are we've already done all of our elections. We just finished the platform committee report, which leads us to the next order of the day, which is endorsements of candidates. So I'm wondering if anybody would like to make any motions to endorse any candidates.
I've got a few, but I'm going to start out with one. I move to endorse Jeff Hewitt for governor of the state of California.
Is there a standing second? We're going to do these one at a time. Standing second of 14. We've got a standing second. Is there debate? Hearing none, all those in favor of endorsing Supervisor Hewitt for California governor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? He has been endorsed unanimously by the delegates at this convention. Mr. Hinkle.
I'd like to nominate Joe Dean for Congress.
Second.
I need standing second. We've got a standing second. Is there any debate? Hearing none, please say aye to endorse Mr. Dean for Congress. Aye. Please say nay to not endorse Mr. Dean for Congress. Mr. Dean is endorsed unanimously by the delegates at convention. Yes, sir.
I move to endorse the re-election of Francisco Ramirez to Hanford City Council.
Okay, is there a standing second? Okay, we have that. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all those in favor of endorsement of currently Mayor Francisco. That was close. Please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes unanimously. Any further endorsements?
I move to endorse Shane Strawn for Hanford City Council.
Okay. Is there a standing second? There is. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of endorsement of Shane Strawn for Hanford City Council, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? He is endorsed unanimously by the delegates at this convention. Thank you very much. Are there any further endorsements at this time? Okay, that leads us to the orders of the day, which are resolutions and other matters. Are there any resolutions or other matters that need to be considered at this time at this delegation, or at this convention with this delegation? I see a couple people walking. Yes, please, sir.
I have a resolution on support for the Equal Rights Amendment, and I earlier in the day sent an email with the files to our secretary.
Mr. Secretary, do you have that email?
He should, I hope.
Okay, so this is the resolution that he's proposing, which is resolution to support for Equal Rights Amendment, ERA, Libertarian Party of California. Let's scroll through it and look at it quickly so we can see if we have a standing second. Okay, everybody in the room, we're about to do something where we're going to be asking for a standing second. So therefore, if you're not standing for the second, don't be standing. Okay, Jose Castaneda has moved to adopt this resolution regarding the ERA. Is there a standing second of 14 people? Please stand up. Is everybody that's standing for standing second? Okay, we do not have 14. It dies for lack of second. Is there any additional resolutions or other matters?
Move to adjourn, sine die.
It's been moved to adjourn, sine die, although I usually say that wrong, which means like forever for this convention. This convention will be over. That is not.
It is a main motion.
Okay, so it needs a standing second on this one because it's a main debatable motion, which it has. So this is debatable. This is open to debate. Is there any debate in regards to adjourning the convention? Yes, sir. You're objecting, or you're?
No, I object.
Okay. All right. It's been objected to, but do you have discussion because it got a standing second? So is that your discussion? Is you object? Yeah. I mean that was just.
There are a few of us that have spent a lot of time and money to come here and make available or try to present resolutions to the California State Libertarian Party, and it would be unfair to those that have spent time and money to, at this close to the gate. It's going to take more time to discuss this than it would be to vote on these resolutions, on or off. So I would oppose and reject that as being really a waste of time.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Does anybody want to speak in favor of adjournment?
Madam Chair, I have a point of information.
Okay, ask your question, please.
Okay, my question is this. I have seen on the tables a proposal for a resolution regarding school choice. My question is this. I have not heard it proposed. So is anybody intending to introduce that before we adjourn?
I believe that is what Mr. Kendall is talking about.
I apologize. Okay.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on adjournment? And by the way, this could turn into being longer than doing the other thing. Okay? Is there any other discussion on adjournment?
I just wanted to clarify whether or not we had a standing second, because there are all back that we're not.
We had a standing second. We
Okay.
did have a standing second because we had lots of people seated that stood. We had a standing second. Further discussion.
I'll hear Roy's motion for the purpose of holding off adjournment.
Okay, so you're arguing against adjournment at this time?
Yeah, sorry, no offense.
No, that's okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we're going to go to a vote. This takes a majority. All those in favor of adjourning the convention, Sendai, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, it fails. We are not in adjournment. Are there any further resolutions or other matters?
Won't take long.
Sir,
I have a resolution supporting.
could you give your name? And
Oh, my name is Roy Kendall.
I knew that, but you have to say it anyway.
I say it for the record.
Good.
No, and this is a,
Do you have that?
yeah, he does.
Okay, can you please put this up?
Resolution supporting what?
The school choice in California.
There you go.
Do you want me to read it?
Well, yeah, that would probably be a good thing.
Okay, whereas the state of California currently spends $124 billion annually on K-12 education, $17,964 per pupil per year, with 70% of the funding coming from Prop 98 state dollars and the remainder from local and federal sources. Whereas, despite nearly doubling the Prop 98 funding in the last decade, the quality of education provided by California government-run schools has deteriorated, ranking among the bottom 10 states in the nation, with only 29 to 30% of 8th grader proficient in math and reading and a large number of graduating students functionally illiterate. Whereas the state of California closed down public schools for in-class learning for over 1 year during the COVID-19 pandemic, resulting in significant student learning losses, psychosocial harm, and major parental inconveniences. Yet despite the pandemic, private schools reopened much sooner and homeschooled education was unaffected. Whereas there has been a greater than 10% reduction in public school enrollment in the last year, with many parents resorting to charter schools, private education, and homeschooling with no intention of returning to regular public schools. Whereas school choice programs such as vouchers, education savings account, and tax credit scholarships have consistently resulted in improvements in student academic achievements and numerous secondary benefits, including reduction in criminal activity, greater parental satisfaction, and improvements in student mental health, personal safety, and civic responsibility. Whereas school choice draws bipartisan support in recent polling with 60 to 70% of Democrat and no party preference voters and 70 to 75% of Republican voters in support of school choice programs when given a full explanation of the program. Whereas 33 states currently have school choice programs which allow parents to capture state educational funds to send their child to the school that best serves their child's needs. Yet California has no school choice programs. Whereas the United States Supreme Court, Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue, ruled in 2020 that state-approved school choice programs that allow state education funds for private education cannot exclude private religious schools. Whereas nearly all school choice programs established in the United States have shown no net increase in taxpayer burden, and many have resulted in reduction of taxpayer burden. The last little bit says, therefore, be it resolved that the California Libertarian Party shall support and endorse legislation or ballot initiatives that will establish school choice programs in California to provide parents greater options to get the best education for their child.
Okay. That was the motion. It is up for discussion. Is there discussion?
Yes, I would move to amend to replace the word bipartisan with tripartisan where it appears in the resolution.
Is there a second to the amendment to change bipartisan to tripartisan?
Second. Yes, I'll second that.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Is there debate on the amendment only?
Yeah, the problem is that the poll you're mentioning in there, that makes no reference to any other political party. So your paragraph there referring to bipartisan, actually in that case there actually is bipartisan. So tripartisan doesn't apply to that paragraph. But once this is disposed of, I want to make a couple spelling corrections.
Okay. Vote on the amendment only. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, the amendment passes. Now we are debating the main motion as amended. Mr. Starr?
So up above it said 8th graders, but it was missing the S at the end, so you should add an S to 8th graders. It's right up there, yep. And then down below where it said 33 state, I think he meant to say 33 states at the very bottom. He didn't change graders.
Okay, write down what we're changing and remember that we're changing singulars to plurals that should be plurals because we can't do it. Is there any other?
That's it.
Okay, does everybody understand that we're changing 2 words that were singular to plural without seeing it on the screen?
There was another word missing.
And a word missing?
Can't find it now, but there was a word.
If you could just give him those notes, he will change that. But does everybody understand what that was? It was correcting some things.
It was another grammatical.
Yeah, it was grammatical. Is there any further debate on the amendment only?
Yes, Richard Fast.
We know who you are.
Okay. Where it says Democrat, I think it should say Democratic. This is often a problem where sometimes conservatives will say Democrat when they mean Democratic, and in order to be grammatically correct, it should say Democratic. I don't want to belabor the point.
Okay, we're on a motion, an amend, so this is...
A friendly amendment, if Mr. Starr will accept it.
No, this is an amendment. I'm going to call it out of order right now because... No. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. It's not germane to his amendment. Let's dispose of his amendment. Then you can make an additional amendment.
Okay.
All of those... Is there any further discussion on the amendment to change those grammatical errors? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Does that include this one? Support of school choice?
Yeah, that was the first one you said, right?
So 33 states only have school choice programs.
Right. Okay, so that passed. Now we're on to further discussion. You have another amendment?
My proposed amendment is for where it says 60 to 70% of Democrat. I believe that should say 60 to 70% of Democratic because it's talking about voters, so
Got
Democratic
it.
voters.
Is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion on the amendment only? Hearing none, we will go to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. We are back to discussion of the resolution as amended. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we're going on to a vote on the main motion as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, we've adopted that resolution unanimously. Yes, sir.
Joe Antonini from Los Angeles County. I have a resolution on the legalization of jaywalking. I emailed it to the secretary. This is regarding Assembly Bill 1238, which will legalize jaywalking in California.
It will what?
Legalize jaywalking.
Okay, this is a resolution to legalize jaywalking. Let's open it up a little bit, and before I let you read the whole thing, let me look at it.
Yes, it is much shorter.
Huh?
It is short.
Okay, that's why I'm gonna look at it. Because if not, I'm gonna let people read as we scroll as opposed to you reading it. Can we please move that so that we can see the whole thing? Okay, it's got, I'm sorry. But I'm seeing people lose patience, so. Okay, scroll a little more. So it has 4 whereases and a therefore, and that's the whole thing?
That's correct.
Okay, is there a standing second for this resolution? I need 14 people standing. We don't have quorum. We have lost quorum. I hate to say it, but I can't deny it. I was trying to deny it for a while, but I can't deny it anymore. So unfortunately, we won't get to your resolution. What you can do is send it to the XCOM. The XCOM can actually pass resolutions, and it's something that probably we can do.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so in that case, We have lost quorum, so therefore we need no further motion to adjourn because we are adjourned. Sindai. No, we lost quorum. Okay, I move to adjourn. Do I have a second? Anybody opposed to adjourning? Okay, here's the deal though. We lost quorum. We can't do any more business.
How do we know we lost quorum, Madam Chair?
Because there are less than the number of people that we need in the room to do quorum.
Well, we never counted, and we didn't try to get people back into the room. That's usually what happens when someone tries to call quorum.
Let's do this instead. I made a motion to adjourn. Okay, there was a motion to adjourn. Does somebody else want to make that motion to adjourn? Okay, it's moved by Ms. Mattson. There's more than 14 people standing. Anybody, all those in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? We are adjourned.